Good morning, everyone. Welcome in. We'll get started here in just a few minutes. I'm one of the staff here at Royal Legal Solutions. Morning, everyone. Welcome in. We'll get started here in just a few minutes. I'm one of the staff here at Royal Legal Solutions. Morning, everyone. Welcome in. We'll get started here in just a few minutes. I'm one of the staff here at Royal Legal Solutions. Morning, everyone. Welcome in.
Good morning, Miss Tammy.
Good morning. I'm scared to speak. I've got a little bit of a reverb going on, I think. All right.
Well, we'll have people with him. So I said, I'll just look at that.
There we go. Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Lisa. All right, we'll get started here in just a few minutes. Scott Royal Smith is going to kick us off. He is going to be presenting here first thing. So thank you all so much for joining. I know we still have a little bit of time before everything really gets started. So just wanted to say welcome and thank you for being here. We'll get started shortly. All right, I see Scott has just jumped in, so he will be presenting here in a moment once he kind of gets registered, logged in and everything. So welcome everyone thank you for being here. Looks like we've got quite a few people in here that I actually recognize from some of our past events that we've done. So thank you so much for being back here again with us. Can everyone hear me okay? Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Leah. All right.
All right. How we doing?
Here we go. Hey, Scott. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Everybody got their coffee? Settling in? Ready for a big day? All right. Cool. So let's go ahead and just start for just a second on just kind of like just relaxing into coming into like being present there today, because I'm going to share with you guys some stuff that's really close to my chest and about a big why behind why was this important for me to host a space and create a space for us all to get together. And so I just like to invite everybody just for a second to just close your eyes, just relax your shoulders, relax your face, feel that tension, whatever tension you have in your jaw, just relax that. Relax your hands, relax your arms. Take a big deep breath in. Hold it. Exhale. Hold. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Hold. And on this next inhale, breathe up and fill up your lungs completely from bottom to top. And then hold it at the top where it's almost uncomfortable with how much air you have in there. And then exhale. Hold it at the bottom. Feel the stillness at the bottom, empty lungs. Inhale, breathe in deeply. Fill the lungs from bottom to top. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Get that last sip of air in. Hold it. And then exhale. Feel the peace, the stillness. This feeling is important. This feeling of peace and of stillness is actually the point. It's the point of everything. It's the point of everything we're going to talk about over the next 2 days. So here's a brief background for anybody here that doesn't know me. Of course, my name is Scott Royal Smith. I'm an attorney. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm also a longtime investor. But this didn't happen simply because I was great in life and everything was going well. I actually think upon reflection is actually a lot of my success is because things weren't actually going well. Like most of my life in my childhood, my father passed away when I was 3. I was raised in a very dogmatically religious household. My mother was raising 2 kids on a school teacher's salary. And she has very, very low social IQ. So I was raised in this household with tons of rules, always in the box, very controlling, low skill sets about how to actually succeed in life, low concepts of like what wealth or money was. All I really knew growing up is that people that had money were good people and that we should admire them. It's really it, right? And so like I just knew that I was like, oh, if you had money, you had respect, right? You had people admiring you. And that's what was important. And so I grew up most of my life thinking this way and not really able to really associate that well with other kids and the social relationships, because I only just kind of knew the way that that my mom would do it, right? Just being raised by her. But slowly, like over years, like I had more friends that would actually show me like, hey, this is how this is how you talk to people. This is how you navigate like ways through life. So I did the basic course, right? Because what I knew was that education meant that you were smart. And if you were smart, you were valued. And I also knew that if you had money, you were valued. All right. But I was also, carrying a lot of baggage with me from like what it was like to be kind of raised in this kind of area of life, this kind of scenario, a kind of tumultuous and hectic environment. So I went to Hillsdale College, got a liberal arts degree, like in Spanish. After graduating there, I didn't really know what to do. So I actually became a professional cage fighter while I was tutoring kids, because I was remember my mom taught me how to be really smart. So I was like studying physics, chemistry, calculus, different, I was fluent in Spanish because I lived a year in Mexico after graduating from high school. And what I realized is I was like, wow, being a fighter, super fun. Like, I don't know, there's a weird part of me that loves getting in there and banging it out, and being able to throw down. But then there's another part of me that I was like, this isn't really like long-term, right? As I can't continue to fight like this long-term. It's not going to be healthy. How many of us in here feel that same way? We're fighting. Yeah. Chris just raised his hand. Continue to fight. How much longer can we really fight? What does it feel like to fight? You feel the tension? You feel that tension that rises up in your throat and in your chest right now? I want to bring some awareness to you of that tension versus the peace you felt earlier when we were breathing. Can you come present with the difference? Even the thought. So what I did is what I knew how to do, which was I'll go to law school because this life isn't looking for me. So what? I'm going to do something that's radically new and different that somebody else told me was a good idea to do, i.e. my mom. And say me examples for that. Does that resonate with anybody? What do we do when life doesn't work? We go back and just try something radically new and different and hope it's going to be different. Does it really change much? Because I did law school. And I did law school, and I said, well, shit, I'm going to do law school and I'm going to be a double achiever. I'm going to buy a transmission and auto repair shop and a building, and I'm going to buy it for $10,000 in back taxes. And then I'm really going to be doing it all because I'm going to have all the education. So you can't say I'm not smart. And look, I'm making investments. So aren't I doing the right things? And I'm making money. And I'm making more money than anybody else my peers are. And look at how smart I am. I'm so good at it that I'm going to graduate from law school without any debt because I'm going to flip that building and that business. And nobody else is going to be able to do that or say that that's not right. And then I'm going to say, well, great. Now I'm graduated and I'm looking at the world. And I said, well, what am I going to do? And I said, well, I got this law degree. I might as well become a lawyer. I'm going to go sue insurance companies. The suing insurance companies was me being a litigator. And remember, I'm a fighter, right? In my bones, I'm scrappy. Get me in that ring and I feel right at home. Put me in the most dangerous, chaotic situation. And that's when I feel like everything in my life actually becomes the most still, or used to be that way. And I continue to invest in real estate because I was like, holy smokes, this real estate stuff is amazing. Like, look how much freedom it just bought me, how much it just radically changed my life and the trajectory of my life, that I don't have $100,000, $250,000 in debt like all my peers. I can actually just go and do what I want to do. And I just chose to be a lawyer. I chose to continue to invest in real estate. And as I continue to invest in real estate, I was actually making more money in real estate than I was being an attorney. So I actually left being an attorney just to do the real estate. But that's when I found out for the very first time in my life that everybody lied to me. Because the stories they told me was once you have passive income from real estate, everything in your life is great. And if that doesn't make you laugh, you probably haven't hit passive income from real estate equaling your expenses, or you don't understand a very dark sense of humor, what this is like. Because the reality became multiple things actually happened at that point, both like internally and externally. Externally speaking, yeah, I had the passive income from real estate. But what it also meant is that now I had to like manage all of these assets. I had to think about all the taxes. I had to do the asset protection. I had to worry about what assets I was going to acquire next. And I had all this wealth management, right? So I wasn't really free from having to do stuff. I was just doing a different job, right? Called managing wealth, right? And the second thing happened, which I didn't anticipate, which I'm really curious if who in here this is present for, but I got really worried about losing my money. Like more so than I'd ever been in my life. Because it dawned on me that says, if something goes wrong here, holy smokes, I got to go all the way back to the very beginning again. So I got to like watch out what's going to happen with the investments and the asset protection. Yeah, Chris, what's up?
Wouldn't you also say it's not necessarily about losing the money, but losing the freedom that money gives you? It's not just an insatiable need for money. It's just insatiable need for freedom. That's the way I feel about it.
100%, man. They all drive down to freedom. It drives down to security, right? It drives down to like, do I get to have this feeling that I'm actually seeking for, which is the peace. It's what I really want. I really want the peace, the same peace that we felt at the very beginning of this call when we did the breathing. When you could let go and relax, you could really get present. That feeling, is it possible to feel that way all the time? That's actually the question that I'm obsessed with now. It's like, what are the ways in which you can feel like that more and more often as like a target, right? Maybe we can't do it all the time. Maybe there's some people that have, maybe we call those people different words that have figured out how to do it, right? But maybe that's not even on our path. Who knows? But the point to bring it back to is that like at that time in my life, what I realized was that there was this other thing happening called, I want to be at peace. And so how do I then get to more at peace? How do I get to more of the things in my life getting taken care of by other people? So I can have more time. Because what I wanted to do is things that you guys might have seen on my Instagram page and other things, like climbing Mount Kilimanjaro and traveling around the world and, doing like high adventure, fun stuff outside. Because if you can't be in a cage fighting The next best thing to do is to go throw yourself off of cliffs with ropes and do all kinds of fun stuff like that. So, so what I did is I built a team, and I built a team of people to help me with over a course of a year, right? That's all I did was study for a year. It's like, what the heck do we do with asset protection? Because I don't want to risk losing this stuff to lawsuits. I had a friend that lost over $3 million in real estate from a single lawsuit. And I was like, holy smokes, if that happens to me, that's wiping out my whole nut at the time. That's a reset button. I got to take that reset button off the table. How am I going to do that? I got to do with asset protection. And when I found out, I was like, oh my God, there's so many things to know about that and different ways that people are trying to do it. So it took me a year to study how to do all of that right. And then after that, it's like, okay, well, I got the asset protection. Now I got to really make sure that I'm tax optimized, because the government stealing my money is the next place where I'm actually losing the most. If I don't figure out taxes, I got to be way more risky with all my investments. But remember, the point is to get to stuff that was safe, that was predictable, because that's when life became calm and I could be free. And then there was also the insurance. And then inevitably, there's also having to replace money as it becomes right to exit deals and need to re-enter new deals. And that's what I built for myself. And then people started asking me if, like, hey, we see you out here climbing Mount Kilimanjaro. We see you out here going out here and doing all kinds of like fun, crazy life. And you're supposed to be an attorney and an investor locked behind a desk with all the time, being miserable. And you look actually really happy. And you look like you're really enjoying stuff. So what the heck? How are you doing that? I said, well, it's actually really hard to figure out on your own. It takes a long time to put all the puzzle pieces together. But I got some people together. I'll let you join in. So I did that. I allowed a few people to join in on with the team that I had, some friends of mine. And honestly, I just did it so that way they would go play with me, because I didn't have any friends that I could go play with at the time to go do all this fun stuff with. So I was like, well, as long as they're free too, then we can all go play together, you know? I was like, that'd be cool. But what happened is that, those few people, joined, and then I decided that I wanted to share it. And I was like, well, let me share what it is I'm doing with just one part, just with the asset protection piece. Let me go into Bigger Pockets podcast episode 108 or 109, something like that. And I was like, I'm just going to tell people, here's what you need to do. Right. And so that way more people can become free, because I was like, I'm having such a freaking great time right now. Goodbye the depression. Goodbye, like a lot of the other stuff. I'm really enjoying life, and I feel alive again. What that means, instead of just working my ass off. And then all of a sudden I was getting like 30 phone calls and emails a day. I gave my personal email and phone number in that podcast because I was like, well, not that many people are going to be interested in it. What I found out is that, like, no, this is actually like the thing. Maybe we're actually all seeking the same thing. I'm just the one that was crazy enough to be like, I got to have it right now, and like leaned into it super hard about like, what does this really take to get there? And that's where Royal Legal Solutions really has become born as a company. And that's really the underlying core mission. Yeah, we do asset protection. Yeah, we do tax. Yeah, we're building, this investor club to be able to offer syndication investments that we're going to find out, more about tomorrow. And I'll be talking about more about lunch today. But the nuts and bolts of all of it all boils down to this concept of like, what's real freedom like? And what does that really take to get to the other side of real freedom in the best way that we can? Are we perfect? No, we're learning. We're actually learning how to do it better all the time, how to make it easier, how to require less time, how to be more predictable, right? But that's the fun of life. Fun of life isn't arriving at perfection. The fun of life is constantly evolving, because life itself changes, which means we need to be constantly evolving and constantly adapting. And that's what's fun about running a company, is because in a company, it's this living thing that gets to adapt to the world, but it gets to deliver something that we think is special, called like freedom, security. And we get to do it for a select group of people that say, hey, I want that. I want that thing. How can you help me get that thing? So the nuts and bolts to that, guys, is so what's going to be new when you guys are hearing me talk here today, as well as new for like this summit, is today, day one, is going to be a lot of like getting into the re-going over what are the nuts and bolts, what are the basics of asset protection, estate planning, tax, and insurance. Those are your bread and butter things that every investor, everybody who's an accredited investor needs to have put in place. A lot of people have some of it put in place, but not other pieces, it's not a problem. Everything that you have typically can still be used inside of a model. So just pay attention to everything though, because what you're going to start to see is that it's not just having all the puzzle pieces, it's all having all of the puzzle pieces arranged in the right way that makes life easy and makes things the most efficient and have the least cost to it. So there's a lot to be learned, both just on a technical side of what needs to be in place, but you're also going to see about how the board gets laid out, right? Tomorrow, we're going to be going much more deeper with Hitcham and the investment side of the house over there. We are launching an investor club at Royal Legal Solutions. So inside that investor club, what I'm doing is pulling together what all of my best lead channels. I'm going to be spending about $100,000 of my own money to be able to do what's necessary to be able to acquire bigger deal pipelines that are not just on the real estate side, but are also on the energy and machinery side. So we're talking about investments that are, on the energy and machinery side, somewhere between like the 10 to 16% cash on cash returns with types of depreciation that will apply against your W-2 income. And on the real estate side, those AR, if you know anything about like what happens inside of the self-storage space and other spaces that can happen in real estate, it's common. Those are like 9% prefs, 20+% IRRs, and, huge bonus depreciation, 160, 180%. So great investments that meet my criteria for what it is I'm looking for. All right. So forget about the numbers for a second when it comes into investing. Just forget about the numbers, because I'll tell you the second is that if you make a wrong deal, the numbers don't matter. Not only do not matter for that deal, it actually bombs your entire portfolio performance, right? Everybody gets caught up like, I want to make like the highest percentage. And I was like, no. What you really want is predictability. You want you want stability, and you want a good enough return, right? Inside of those things. Why? Because that's when you can actually know that the increases in your life are going to be steady up and to the right here over time, right? And that's what we're looking for, because the point is to get freedom, right? The point is to have peace. The point is to have freedom. If you're constantly having to worry about things, are you ever really free? No. So what the hell difference does it make whether it's plus or minus 2 or 3% in your portfolio? It doesn't, because you just traded the whole thing you're getting for a couple of percent, right? So that's so how do you get there though, right? And how you get there is you look for really high quality operators. You look for pools of really experienced investors that are looking at deals together. This is called crowdsourcing your underwriting. And you look for people that have high levels of longevity and high levels of transparency, right? So longevity meaning we've been doing this in up and down markets for a period of time. So that way, you know that it's not just a short-term boom bust. Everybody makes money in an up market. We're starting to see what happens when markets shift right now, right? Who's watching deals pop right now? Who's watching, I'm sorry to even say this, but who's watching Ponzi schemes even get blown up, right? Because they all went well when the markets were going well, right? So you want to be investing with people that have been through multiple market cycles with it. And the whole point in creating this investor club is to be able to create a space for everybody to be able to piggyback on all of the things that I figured out for myself that allow me to be able to get to this other place, which I'll also be sharing a little bit about here in a second. But that's the nuts and bolts on the outside world game, as best I can figure it, right? Is that this is Aaron over here with the insurance. We're actually at an insurance conference right now. You guys might have seen Aaron pop into the scene over here. I'm actually up in his hotel room right now doing this here in Vegas. I came in. So thanks to Aaron for letting me crash his spot to be able to be with everybody. See you later, buddy. And because the nuts and bolts on the outside game is we do only a couple of things, right? All we're really doing is we make money with our active income. Either that's our business or our W-2 jobs, right? We then try to save as much money as we possibly can on taxes. That's all of the tax strategy stuff that comes in between different types of tax shelters, deductions, solo 401ks, private foundations, whatever the case that might be. Then that leaves us how much money we have left over. And how much money we have left over tells us we have two offshoots. One, what do I need my lifestyle to be? That's how much cash I'm actually going to burn just living, right? And then the other part of that offshoot is saying, how much money do I have left over to invest? And the game, as I see it, is that you want to maximize the amount of money you have left over to invest. And you want that money to cash flow for you very strongly in terms of a net ROI, save you money on taxes and cash flow to you until you get free, right? Because at the moment you get free, which means that my passive income equals my expenses, now I get to make way different decisions in life. Why? Because I no longer have the psychological trick that's playing in my mind that if I don't go hunt and kill tomorrow, I or my family are going to starve. Right? It's literally ingrained into us at that level that things can just fall apart. Right? And it's getting to this other mindset is absolutely essential, because it's from this other mindset that everything actually gets to quiet down. And my opinion is that's actually where life really starts to begin. Life starts to begin whenever you can get out of the mindset of fight or flight, that I'm going to have something terrible is about to happen or could happen, and I have to be worried about that. If you get really still, like I showed you how to do in the very beginning of this call, where you got to peace and you got to stillness, you will start to see in that place what are all of the things that are robbing you of that peace. I'll get to that here in a second, because just sticking with the investment side of things is once you get to that passive income and now you're financially free, then it's, well, how do I stay there? Right? This is my thought process as I went through, as I was building all this for myself. So I'm just sharing you, here's the inner workings of Scott, just as much as here's like a philosophy, right? And you can either accept it or reject it or use it for whatever it's useful for or ignore it. That's okay. And then to say, well, how do I protect it? Well, then there's a few things I need to do. One, I need to have a great asset protection in place, because I want to make sure that if a lawsuit happens against like me personally because of a car accident or because something goes wrong in one of my business deals or something happens to the asset, I lose little to nothing, right? It's going to be just a blip on the radar of what's going to happen inside of my life. Like I can really just like not care about lawsuits anymore, right? So great, asset protection takes the lawsuit thing off the table. Then the other things that can go wrong is that like I can have like bad tax things that'll happen. So like great, having good tax strategy, making sure I have good tax advisors in place. Really important for me to do that, because that can take me. And then the next thing that can end up being could tank my newfound freedom at that point would be if something goes wrong with the assets. So I'm typically looking for like really boring assets that have the right kinds of, have good returns, but they're boring and they're safe, right? So that way I can just turn like this steady wheel of being able to figure out like an investment system. So then my life is secure, right? I've hit financial freedom. I've done the things to take as many risks as I possibly can off the table in my asset protection, my tax, and my investing. And then from that point, then it's a game. It says, how much do I want to increase my lifestyle by? Which is, how much do I focus on my cash flows for my investments? Or how much do I want to bulletproof my current lifestyle, which is increasing my net worth? Because the higher my net worth gets, the lower return I have to get on that net worth to be able to give me money. The lower return that I'm able to accept, the theory is the lower risk it is, right? Most of the time we think like higher returns, higher risk, lower returns, lower risk, right? I know this isn't absolutely true. We're speaking in generalities here of like some theories, because sometimes you can have deals that are like freaking crazy returns and it's the safest thing in the world. Those are called like, asymmetric information in the market though, right? Okay, so who's with me so far? Does everybody understand like the system of thinking? All right, Jeff gets it, Chris gets it, Andy gets it, Brendan gets it, Leah gets it. Okay, great. Now that's a lot. It's a deep dive into Scott's head real quick. So I appreciate you guys taking that wild ride with me. Okay. And I'm so stoked to be able to have you guys be able to take a look at what's going, on in like the investment side of the house, because I think it's going to be one of those things that when you start to see how all of these puzzle pieces are fitting together, you're really going to start to see about what it is, like what's ultimately being like created here. It's a wealth accelerator. But this next piece I'm about to share with you is the true freedom accelerator. Is the true freedom accelerator, and something I'm going to dive into more over lunch. It's about how do you move even past the kinds of freedom that you can get once you bulletproof your income, bulletproof your investments, bulletproof your lifestyle, and outsource it for other people to manage for all of your tax, legal, et cetera, and be able to get all of your time back. Because all those things happened for me, right? that all happened for me. Because remember I told you initially, right? So if we backtrack, remember initially when I told you, I was like, hey, I was hustling to acquire all these real estate assets. And then I hit the passive income and I was like, oh, it's all a lie. That actually I just traded one job for another. And everybody told me then life was going to be great. And I was like, it ain't great. It's just a new job. And I was like, well, then that's because I still need all the time and I need this other security. So then I built all of these teams, right? I built the teams and the pipelines and I figured out all of the stuff. And I really nerded out for about, I don't know, 8 years to be able to figure all of this out. Like Royal Legal Solutions been around for about 10. But to really get into it, right? And figure out how do you really optimize and streamline it? How do you really get people trained in to be able to manage all of it? It takes a long time, a lot of effort. So then there's the next hurdle, right? Because now I had the money and I had the time because I had a team and I had a relative level of security because I knew how to manage this team appropriately. What was the right meeting schedules? What was the kind of reports that I needed, et cetera. Right. And I could go through that. So at that point, aren't I supposed to have everything? I have time and money. That's everything, right? Chris is shaking his head. Why are you guys shaking your head no? Doesn't everybody always tell us like we have time and we have money and that's it? What else could you want?
Someone to fill that time that's fulfilling.
Yeah. Purpose, love, those things, right? It's not just about resources, right? Time and money are just resources. Money's a resource, they're always making more of it. Time is just a little bit more scarce. They just don't make any more of it. You got what you got. More precious resource. Still just resources. So then what? What do we do? What do you do if you have time and money and you've done all of the things and you're still not where you want to be?
The cage fight.
Back to cage fighting.
Excuse me, Chris, you help others.
Yeah.
No cage fighting.
Yeah. So helping others is like a big piece of it, right? And you can help others get to that freedom too. I want to offer you guys something as well that may bounce off of some of you. But it may hit some of you, right? This is something I've sat with for years, from I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of dollars I've spent on being able to hire the best personal coaches I could get into, going to like all of the weekend seminars everywhere in the country, flying down to Costa Rica and spending months in the jungle alone with like tribes, trying ayahuasca and trying everything I could to be able to try to figure out like what this piece is. What is this last piece? Because I've been doing the things, I've been helping the people, I've been sharing all the information, I've been doing all this stuff. And I still found myself in a place where I was like, whoa, I still don't have it. I don't have whatever that thing is. I'm doing all of the activities that everybody told me to do, just like I've been a good boy my whole life, right? Studying hard, working hard for the money, being smart, being disciplined, doing all that stuff. And I still don't have it. I don't have whatever that thing is. Still discontent. I still feel the tension inside of like my chest. Still feel my mind racing. And I was like, I know that there's something more. And the thing is it's the thing I showed you at the very beginning of this call. It's my belief. That's actually the thing. The real thing is the feeling that you experienced at whatever level you were able to experience, because that feeling goes deep, and it goes much deeper than we just got into on this call, unless you're a very advanced practitioner, about that feeling of peace and stillness internally. There's a lot of really cool things that happen outside of that I'll be happy to share with more about, like, how does that feeling actually drive everything in my life now to be able to help me be more efficient and effective and a better leader, make more money, and have more of everything than I ever could have imagined by just focusing on that. But let's just take the experience of that feeling for a second, right? When you sit and think about your life now, like, come present just for a second with why you're here. None of us came here today because everything in our lives was perfect. We came here today because there was something in our lives we wanted to shift. In some way, shape, or form. If we truly had everything that we wanted in our lives, we would really ask the question, why am I doing anything? Why do I need to do anything? But because there's these things that are running, I need more money, I need security, I need these other things, right? Okay, great. Well, now I need to go do something. So I'm going to go learn some more about what I can do and try to find the best people I can that have already built whatever it is that I'm looking for. And I'm going to study what they do, and I'm going to copy what they do so I can have what they have. And I'm here to tell you today, I've created an amazing company that's able to do that for you on everything that happens. So right now, with what happens inside of, like, the wealth and investments, how do you do taxes, all that great stuff, right? No doubt about that. But there's this other piece that I'd like to invite you to, if you want to consider, which is there a path to peace? Because after you have the time, after you have the money, you still might not feel right. You might still feel inside that things are not really where they should be. You'll still feel the tension, still feel the fear, still feel all of these things. And there's a way to get beyond that stuff, right? And it takes a mindset shift. And it actually turns out that people have been doing this stuff for thousands of years. And it doesn't require actually giving up anything. It doesn't require giving up your wealth. It doesn't require you to make any major life changes. It doesn't require anything. It's just a mindset shift and some basic practices that come into it. So those things is what I'm going to be launching a private group as well. Guys, you guys might remember from Aligned from time before, we used to have, like, a group called Royal Life, and I'm going to be relaunching that as a group that's blending together these types of practices, which is, how do you get to a bulletproof mindset and a bulletproof internal environment, and how do you combine that with massive action to be able to create the life that you want to do? Because being in peace doesn't actually mean, it means internal stillness, but it means external kicking ass. That's what it really means, right? It means getting out there and making your life really what you want it to be, but doing it from the right place and being much more effective at it. And I'm going to be doing this as a monthly membership, as something that gets paid into a nonprofit that I started called Royal Life. And that nonprofit is, the purpose of that is to be able to fuel this work, to be able to help people to be able to get to the right internal environment, the right mindset, a right ability to control their emotions, and combined with the training about how to drive that into action in the world, to become more effective entrepreneurs, to create the lives that they really want. It's the very first time I think anybody's ever really tried to do this. It's a blending of two different fields of, some people would call, in my world, I call this like a spiritual world. Spiritual actually doesn't mean anything that's woo-woo at all. It really just means, what's your internal environment like? What is your mindset? What's going on with your emotions, right? Everything else that's beyond just like this completely observable thing that's happening inside of us, I always call that woo-woo, and I usually just disregard it. I'm like, well, maybe that's true, maybe it's not, right? I'm really only concerned with reality. What's my internal reality really like? And how does my internal reality drive my external reality to be able to create more of whatever it is that I want in the world? Right. And I think that's the whole game. And then you die. Right. But that's the game, right? That's the game we all signed up for. Or you didn't. I don't know, but it's all going to happen one way or the other. You can't really avoid that piece of it. Doesn't seem like. Not until Elon Musk finds out something where we can get like downloaded into a car and I get to do like a Michael Knight and Kit remake in 40 years. So those are pieces that are coming out too. And so I'm offering for everybody that wants to meet with me about joining into that. It's only going to be, a few $100s a month. It's going to be a donation into to the nonprofit. And I'm going to be relaunching. Here's all the new mindset stuff that's become present for me, combined with the training on the execution thesis that we've covered before, and the Royal Life training that's actually inside of the vault. Like those are the execution tools. That place, that space that's being created as part of like that training is a very, very, it's a very protected space, because the space that we're going to be moving into, right, is the space of like what's really real, right? Because after you have the time and after you have the money, all that's left is what's really real in my life, right? And what's really real in your life is what's going on inside of you. And so we're able to then work on that, right? And the external world of like whatever it is that you're doing will help inform whatever's actually happening on the inside as well. And so I'm going to teach you about how to do that, about how to do that game and how that game becomes more effective. So to not sound like too much of a woo-woo fanatic here into it, let me tell you a little bit about why it's important, right? Because I think a lot of people right now are being like, I don't know if I want to be trying to look at a bunch of my internal stuff, man. I don't even like, that sounds weird. It sounds scary. I don't even know what's going on. But and like, how much do I really want peace? Maybe I don't want peace that much to be having to do all that. But here, I want to share with you guys something that's really, really exciting, because what I found out was that focusing on that place first actually made everything in my life easier and more effective, hands down, across the board. Everything from like me being a leader inside of my company, to my relationships, to how good I was at what investments I was making or whatever. And I actually knew this intuitively when I started Real Estate Nerds way back in the day. Anybody remember that podcast I started? I think we still like push some episodes and stuff to it. Yeah. If the first 100 episodes of Real Estate Nerds was actually a podcast where I was going into people and I say, tell me about your best and worst deals and what you did or didn't do that led you there. So I was like, that's what I want to know about. Tell me about your best and worst, what happened. What I found out after about 100 episodes is that the deal didn't matter. We could actually figure out whether it was going to be a best deal or worst deal by what was going on in the mindset of the individual before they were getting into the deal, right? When it's going to be best deals, things are typically calm. They're following best practices. They're very looking at things like from a very dispassionate place. I can either take this deal or I can let it go. They're doing a lot of these things. They say, oh, that's the quote unquote right way to do it, right? But upon reflection, which I got to tell you, before I started talking to these people, they didn't even know that's what they were doing, right? I dug it out of them about like, what was going on in you? And like, how did you think about that? Like, go back and look at those episodes. It's like looking at a shrink's couch for like investors and then, and the worst deals are the bad beats that they had. I was really optimistic. I was really excited about this deal. I thought it was too good. I thought it was just like, oh my God, this deal is going to be great. I had a lot going on in my life at the time. I was distracted. Upon reflection, people were able to grab a hold of the idea but they needed help with the reflection about, oh, it was actually my internal environment that was driving the kinds of decisions I was making. Perhaps all this stuff like with The Secret and blah, blah, blah. Okay, maybe that's a thing. I don't know, right? But it's way beyond anything I can possibly know, whether if you just believe it, energy goes into the universe and then it gives it to you. To me, that sounds like a little bit like magic, right? But this thing actually seems like it might be more real, right? A little bit more tangible. because the mindset itself is what drove the decision. It drove how they showed up, that they couldn't see whether it was actually going to be good or bad because their mind and their internal environment was masking what was happening, right? So in that sense, the reality of what was happening, they couldn't really get to it. Why? Because their inner environment's all mucked up with being like way overexcited or whatever, what's going on. They can't really see reality for what it is. They're layering on top of reality all of these like emotions and all this other stuff that's happening. So this plays like a crucial role inside of my life now, as I understand it, as I've really dialed in, what are these tools really like? How do you do it predictably? Because when I came back into Royal Legal Solutions and restarted like leading the teams, meeting with people, some people that were really happy, some people that are not so happy. What we found is that the space about being able to just come in to any situation in life or any situation in business or any review of an investment, and to be able to come into that space and be okay and neutral and just okay inside, regardless of anything that's said or happens inside of that meeting. Is a powerful place. Imagine being able to live your life from the place that no matter what happens on the outside, you feel the same inside. Imagine how powerful that makes you, because your decisions about what you want to do aren't hijacked by all of these emotional things. Remember what led to the bad decisions, the bad beats? It's because it's getting hijacked by all of this other stuff that's going on inside of their minds and their emotions. And it's not to say you turn into a robot. It's not that at all, right? But it's about having this kind of resiliency. And from that place, guess what? You're a better leader. Why are you a better leader? Because you can really listen to what people are telling you, right? You're not putting all of your own stuff on top of what they're really telling you. You're perceived as somebody that's very strong. Why? Because what is strength if it's not the I can handle whatever comes up? I can handle that. I'm okay with whatever's going to happen next. I'm going to make more money. Why? Because I can see reality better for what it is. And money follows being able to find solutions to reality. Welcome to the entrepreneurial way of capitalism. Those that can better see reality, we're going to find more opportunities. And apart from all of that, you just feel great. Because on the inside, it's just calm, just relaxed. The same feeling that we had at the end of the breathing. So there is a way in which the feeling that we did together, doing the breathing, at the very beginning of today's session, there is a way in which you can actually do everything in your life and still feel that way all the time. You can be with your kids and feel like that. You can have somebody screaming in your face and feel like that. You can have the car in front of you not driving as fast as you want to, and you can still feel like that. It's a practice. There's a way to work on how to get there. And at the end of that practice is better relationships, more money, more wealth, more of everything, better leadership. Everything you want in life is better and easier from that place, as far as I can tell. It's not to say that other things can't be effective. Like if I get really angry for a period of time, maybe I can, cause massive change in my life. Well, that's great. But I want to invite you to consider that how many other fires did you start in the process of acting from that place? And what I'm talking about is like, is there this other place? My experience has been that this other place of operating from is the most efficient and effective place that I can operate from, while also not causing a bunch of other mayhem in my life that I have to go clean up later. That's not to say operating from the other places aren't effective, but there's this other thing. So that's the full gamut, guys, of what to have teed up. This is not going to be a personal growth and development seminar you're here over the next 2 days. I can guarantee you that. This is really going to be about tactical stuff. That's going to be about asset protection, estate planning, tax, insurance. Here's what you need to do. Here's professionals that know how to do it. Here's how all the puzzle pieces coming together. These are hard numbers of what these investments look like. Yes, you're going to learn a ton about all of that. And for those of you that are looking to be able to go into that next level of how do I operate in life from a more effective place and be more effective with what it is I'm creating in my life, that's even beyond money and wealth, but it can be money and wealth, but at that highest level of the game, at least the highest level of the game I've been able to figure out over 10 years of being deep, maybe 10 to 20 years of being deep into this work. Those opportunities are also going to be available for you. And I'll be taking meetings to be able to interview people to see who wants to be inside of the founding group, both on the investor club as well as inside of the Royal Life side of things. So Liz just dropped down a meeting link to book time with me. If anything that you had in here resonated with you that said, hey, I'm interested about these areas, improving these areas of my life, and I'm not sure how to get them to shift. What's the most effective ways you've been able to get those areas of to be able to get that for you to shift? Happy to have a conversation with that about you, whether that's on a financial level, a business level, personal level, and share with you about what that's like, and how do you do it, and be there. And you don't need to go do all the stuff that I did. Yeah, I mean, I did the stuff that was like, I did everything right because I was trying to figure it out. So I did all the stuff to fly to Costa Rica and sit in the jungle and doing the sitting with the tribes and doing the chanting and doing sitting with the ayahuascas and the psilocybins and doing all that stuff, right? And what I found out is you actually don't need to do all that. You don't need to. You can if you want to, great, you don't need to, right? There's actually a very much more simple, easy way about being able to do it. And that's what I'm happy to teach on as well. But love it, guys. So we are here in the last few minutes. So I have, so Tammy, should we take a few Q&As and then give everybody a quick break before the next speaker?
Yeah, that sounds great, Scott. Does anybody have any questions for Scott? No, not yet.
Okay. Well, guys, well, I'm really excited for you here today, coming into it, because you're just going to learn a ton on everything there is about wealth. Before you get to whatever these higher states are in life, you got to figure out the wealth part, because until you figure out the wealth part of things, you're constantly stuck inside of the fight or flight of the fear that I might not have food, water, and shelter. Those are hardwired into us. So the very first step to freedom, in my opinion, is locking up your life, locking up your wealth, locking up your money, making sure that you're going to be provided for. And then you can have, it's going to unlock the next thing for you, right? So baselines, we got to take care of human needs. That's what we're going to be teaching on today and tomorrow with the very best things I'll be able to put together. If you guys have other ideas about what we can do to be able to teach better, or to be able to be in better service, please let us know. We are always hungry for feedback about how we can improve. And as I said before, I don't claim that we're ever perfect on anything. I claim that we are always trying to evolve to the highest level that we can. And that everything that we do is about the evolution. Great. So, great. Any final questions, comments? Anybody feeling terrified or excited about what kind of meeting they just walked into?
Scott, I just checked the link, and the last question is, did you watch the video? What video?
Oh, so I think that's probably a generalized consultation link for asset protection and stuff. So you can probably just ignore that, depending, and just happy to take the time in, and we can figure out what's the appropriate things for you to look at by meeting together.
No worries, because the way it was framed is we are going to be asked a question about the video. We just want to make sure we're looking at the right.
Yeah. So there won't be a video for you to review unless we're talking about asset protection things. If we are, then watch the video that's on the homepage of the website. If those are hey, I have questions about money, or about asset protection, estate planning, tax, investing, those kind of things, watch that video then.
I thought this was the video.
This might be the new video of like, hey, do you want to walk into the wild and woolly world of what's next after you have time and money?
Let's go for it. I'm with you, Scott.
My girl
What's
Connie.
next is you spend 6 weeks in Paris is what's next. Scott, that link is actually to book a meeting with you, right?
Yes.
Not with anybody else. Okay, great.
Nope, that's gonna be directly with
And
you.
Paris is really hot, by the way.
Is that right? Yeah. Well, I might need to. I love travel in the world. It's fantastic. Thanks for being here. Yeah.
Welcome.
Excellent. Great. So it looks like we're going to have Pete up next, according to Liz. Pete, for you guys, and I'm going to give you guys a couple of minutes here to be able to have a quick break. Pete actually is a couple of things I want to tee up for you here on Pete and why I just freaking love working with Pete. Because Pete not only is a CPA and can do all of the tax strategy components about how do we drive to saving as much money we can on taxes with advanced tax sheltering and deductions and all kinds of other things in there. Not only does he understand real estate investing, but he also understands syndication investing, right? And he also, because he's a CFO as well, he knows how to take all of the financials around here's what's going on with our investing and our money making, and to be able to take all of that and combine it in with all of our tax strategy to be able to give us the key financial metrics that allow us to be able to have a steering wheel for our finances in life, which is our net worth, our cash flow, and our total tax liability. And that everything actually drives to the three numbers. So there's actually a definitive way of saying, like, with this investment portfolio is going to be best for you with this kind of tax strategy, because those three numbers are going to move in the way that we want. And you just can't get that anywhere else besides somebody else that really understands. I'm an MBA, so I understand business. I'm a CFO, so I understand finance. And I'm a CPA, so I understand all of the tax things. And that's why I brought Pete on board, because I was like, holy smokes, we're going to be able to create something that's going to totally simplify and give a steering wheel to our lives, unlike anything else that anybody else I could be able to find in the world that could deliver. So let's have a quick break here, guys, and got a couple of minutes, and then you guys will be in here with Pete, and I'll be seeing you here later today. Thanks, everyone.
All right, everyone. We'll get started again here. Pete is going to be joining us. I think he is ready to present. Pete, are you here? Are you back from break? There you are. Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Hello. Good. How are you?
Doing well.
Awesome. All right. Well, Scott has already kind of teased everyone with what you're going to be presenting on today. So I'll just go ahead and mute and let you get started.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, as Scott was mentioning up today, I'm just going to kind of go over what a simplified look would be trying to do a tax planning and strategy session. So I'll be here shortly sharing an Excel screen where we kind of have a made up individual, and then we will just walk through what like 2022 actuals would have looked like with that individual. And then we'll have another column where we'll show if they would have met with us earlier in the year or previously the year before, how we could have saved them money by just doing a few different tax strategies, by setting up some tax shelters. Additionally, there's a lot more tax shelters you can do. These are just the ones I'm performing in this presentation. And then we'll also talk about what Scott was mentioning earlier about the royal investing and how if you invest in certain type of investments, especially syndications, how that can help lower your taxable income as well. And then after that, we'll do a couple questions for Q&A on the sheet, but also any generic questions in general. So I'll start sharing that here. Is everyone able to see the Excel screen? Thumbs up, comment if not. Okay. So for this example, you'll see in column E, I have a 2022 actuals. So in this example, we have a married couple where there's one that has a W-2 job, and then one also is a self-employed person. So that's why they have a Schedule C income. If you go down, they also have interest, dividends, and some capital gains. So overall, this individual and couple, they had $223,000 in income. With that income, they would have some standard tax deductions because they're not able to itemize. They had their qualified business income deduction, and they would have a total taxable income of $182,000. So right there is what they're paying taxes on. Basically, with 2022 tax rates, their approximate federal tax liability would be $31,561. So by doing nothing and just staying how they are, they would in essence have a 17% effective tax rate. They would write the government a check for $31,000. What the idea would be with the tax planning strategy session is for this individual, if they would have worked with us before their tax season or end of 2021, start of 22, we would have kind of probed and asked questions. So example, the company W-2, that's the net W-2 wage. So that's going to be the wage where they've maxed out the 401k at their work. They've maxed out their HSA if they have one, or FSA. So that's kind of their net income. You'll see here, though, in the estimate, which is really what we're showing as an estimate of tax savings, there's another W-2 line, which is for the S Corp. So what we've done here is we would have advised this client to go away from being a sole proprietor and splitting this entity up as an LLC, but elect it to be taxed as an S corporation. And the reason we want to do that is we're able to lower the self-employment tax, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with. So in the actual situation, this client had self-employment tax. That's 15.3%. So in essence, on top of their ordinary income tax, they would have to pay $11,475 in self-employment tax. They would get a little credit of about half that to deduct, but it's not a tax credit, it's just a deduction. So what we would advise in this instance is do the schedules, to convert the Schedule C tax as a sole proprietor and make it an S Corp, because what that does is that changes the amount of your self-employment tax. So right off the top, this 40,000 W-2 wage, you're going to have the employer and employee self-employment tax. So you're still going to have that 15.3% on this 40,000. So you're still going to have to pay self-employment tax, but it's only 6,120 instead of 11,475. So you've kind of saved about 5,300 in taxes. So you've reduced your tax liability just by making that alteration by about 5,300. And the reason is this 35,000 is considered profit share or distribution to the owner, and that does not have a self-employment tax on it. So that's why for this individual and these clients, we'd recommend doing the S Corp. You're able to lower your taxes about $5,000 right off the top for self-employment tax. And if you have questions, feel free to chime in at any time. Then we drop down to kind of the interests, dividends, scheduled D income. We don't really have any changes on that. We just kept that in this example as a flow through. To where it's the same amount. We don't have deductions there. So you can see total income still matches. We haven't changed or done anything to the income. What we are doing though now is we're offering different types of deductions. So you'll see right up the top, the qualified business income deduction is lower. And the reason that is lower is we did split out the S Corp 40,000 in W-2 wage and 35,000 in profit share. So the profit share gets that 20%. So we are lowering your qualified business income deduction, but we're making it up by being able to set up a solo 401k because this individual didn't have a solo 401k. If they did stay as a sole proprietor, they still could do a solo 401k. But the reason we have them do an S Corp is to get rid of the self-employment tax, max out the employee portion of the solo 401k, with this client being under 50, and then you get the 25% of the W-2 income as the employer contribution. So right there, we're able to, by adding just a solo 401k in this example, 32,500, and lower your income. That's going to lower your taxes because they were at a 17.2%, 2.6% tax rate. So right there, they're saving 17% on that. The other thing we'd like to talk to clients about, especially high W-2 clients that can't claim real estate professional, is the private foundation. And what's nice about the private foundation is right here, I have the maximum amount that you can donate. And this amount is determined based on the AGI of the client. So you can do 0, which would be kind of pointless, but you can do 5, you can do 15, you can do 30. In this example, I have it at 30%. So what the client does is they donate $67,000 to a private foundation. The private foundation is what they set up and what they run and manage. This allows you to do an itemized deduction then. So your standard deduction up here would go down a bit depending on your state taxes, which are limited to $10,000. If you have a mortgage interest and other kind of donations as well, could affect this number. But this 67,000 plus the standard deduction would make an itemized deduction on a Schedule A, but we kept them the same here just to show, because ideally this would be a tad lower now with the itemized, but overall you're still gonna have a much higher deduction. So by adding just private foundation and a solo 401k, we created our deductions to be 132,000, which made our taxable income about 91,000. So you can see there, we've really cut your taxable income by half. And just by doing the calculation on the taxable income, we've gone from 31,000 in taxes owed to 11,000, so 12%. So we did save 20,000 in taxes just based on taxable income, but we still got to go back up here and add this 5,000 that we saved in self-employment tax. So you're kind of closer to about 16,000 in saved taxes just by doing these 3 simple steps. Again, there are other tax strategies we can add, but these are kind of the 3 most common, easiest to follow, and can be set up still within 2023. So you can see total tax savings, $20,000. But you still have about $11,000 in taxes that you still owe. And your question may be, well, how do I get to zero? Because the goal is to legally get to zero on your taxes. And that's where Scott was mentioning earlier about that investor club. One way to get this to zero is actually start to invest in syndications. So I'm going to jump over to this other tab, and this is just a made up example with kind of historical investments. Let's say you had $1 million to invest and you decided to put 500 of that into a real estate syndication. In this client's example, it would probably be more of a equipment syndication where you're able to get depreciation against the W-2. But let's say with the wife going to a S Corp, she's actually able to then start doing real estate activities and can claim their rep status. So in this instance, they're going to put 500,000 in a syndication. That's a real estate syndication. And then they're going to put 500,000 in the market. By doing this syndication this way, they, per the terms of syndication, they're going to get 9% back in cash flow. As Scott refers to that, that's kind of the lifestyle. That's the money you have to spend that year. The syndications usually appreciate. In this example, you're going to get about a 20% increase. And then the key is that bonus depreciation. Now, bonus depreciation in 2023 is only 80%, but a lot of syndications out there are offering 200% bonus depreciation or 2 times the bonus depreciation. So I kind of have it conservative here at 160%. In this investment period, you have to put in the syndication for 5 years. So the reason I'm showing you this is pretty much this bonus depreciation. So if I take 500,000 times 1.6, it gives me about 800,000 in depreciation. And that 800,000 in essence would give me a loss, and it would lower my income from this 91,000 plus negative 800,000 would give you, negative 708,000, which in essence gives you zero income, which gives you a zero tax liability. So by adding the syndication on top of those tax strategies, you're actually able to kind of get your income tax down to 0% and also pay zero on income taxes. What's nice about it is you see that 800,000, you do have a significant loss to be carried forward to future years and offset future income. What I like about that is if you kind of look at it from a credit long-term planning standpoint, the person's tax rate was 17%. So 17% times 800,000 gives you 138,000. And this 138,000 really is kind of like a tax credit. It's not a true credit, but that's how much income and tax you can pretty much offset in future years. So by doing this investment, you're able to offset 138,000 in taxes. So in this example earlier, we still had we had 11,000 in taxes that we still remained. Well, that 11,000 is cleared by this 138. So now you have 127,000 in tax credits, as in parentheses, to kind of offset your future income and your future taxes. So that's kind of like in this example where we would do a S Corp, convert to an S Corp, do a private foundation, and do a solo 401k, and then some syndication investing. And that would be how we'd be able to reduce your taxes in this year in this example, pretty much to zero. And then this chart here kind of would show if you were to purchase the Royal Elite program, which if you guys are not familiar with it, please let me know in the Q&A and I can discuss that in more detail. But example, that costs around $20,000. That's where you get your legal protection. You get a tax planning strategy session, and you also get about 6 hours of meetings with me on top of some other insurance meetings as well. In this example, if you pay 20 grand for that, well, we saved 31,000. You paid it back in a year, within a year. Most clients have it within a year or two payback where their money's recovered. Again, it just depends on income and the type of tax shelters we can install for you and how much money you want to donate to like a charity or just how much liquidity you have that year. But normally within 2 to 3 years, you would have it all back. The chart I like most though is this chart here, which is like the tax strategy and planning versus the current strategy. So this blue line here would be total tax dollars saved, plus actually the money that you're making in interest and appreciation from these investments over here. So what you're seeing is I'm saving $31,000 a year in taxes. I'm reinvesting that plus the $1 million I'm investing at that return, a blended return of about 15% over the course of 20 years. That could give me about $3.4 million in net worth. As Scott was saying earlier, the more net worth you have, the less risky investments you can put it in, because you have such a big nest egg that 2-3% return can make you still enough money to meet the lifestyle and the financial freedom number that you need. The gray chart here is just showing 20 years of what tax savings would be. So let's say everything stayed static, everything, your salary and income, your interest, everything grew by 3%. This would be just money kept in your pocket. You didn't invest. This is over the course of 20 years, how much you would save in taxes in this example. And the black number is if you did no tax planning and you just stayed at is, you're going to have to pay $31,000 to the government in 5 years, 160 would be the total, and 10 through 30 and so on. So you can kind of see with the proper tax planning and strategy, you can actually change your net worth here by about $1.1 million. Or if you reinvest it, do the royal wealth or get the proper returns, you can actually improve your net worth by about 4 million. So the key here that I'm just trying to stress is right now money is kind of being burned. I know most of the people on the call I recognize your names and faces, and you don't want to pay taxes, and we don't want to be in this black line where we're just shelling money out back to the government. We kind of want to be at worst on the gray line where we're able to save money, but ideally we want to be more towards the blue where we're saving money, investing it, and growing our net worth to get that financial freedom and that mental peace. Let me open the chat. So on this part, I want to do a Q&A on the sheet or questions on if anyone had any questions on the tax products that I kind of mentioned.
Pete, I have a question. It's also in the chat. For those of us who would like to learn more about the private foundations, is there some video that's specifically on private foundations, or perhaps you have a white paper? Because I know there's a lot of material that Royal Legal Group makes available. So I thought I'd ask.
We do have some articles on it. That I usually go more in depth. I know, Connie, in July, we're doing one of these tax planning meetings, and that's usually where we go more in depth and model it out. But we do have a working document for the private foundation. So. And
how can we find that? Should I ask Liz to provide the link, or?
I may give Liz a copy of it. I'm not sure if she has it up yet or not. So it might be on my end to provide her like a white paper.
Thanks, Pete, because I'd like to study up before we meet.
Yeah, what's nice about the private foundation is, you have to do good with it. It is, you set it up for a charitable cause. But, the IRS requirements are minimum 5% donation. So whatever the fair value market of those assets are at the end of the year, you'll want to donate 5% of that. Mm-hmm. So in that example of like 70,000 donation, you'd have to write 3,500 out to other charities or spend towards the cause that you set up for.
And am I correct that we could take that money donated to the private foundations and make investments with Royal Legal with it?
Yeah, so the money in the private foundation, you would want to invest, you would want it to grow, because the bigger the foundation gets, the more money you can donate to charity and support the causes that you want to act, or that you want to have action towards for the cause of good. Some of the investments, like the syndication investment for a private foundation, may not be the best because private foundations don't pay taxes. Mm-hmm. So that tax savings and depreciation probably wouldn't be the best investment for a private foundation. But the other investments like cash, bonds, and more liquid assets would be very good. So yes, you can donate, or you can invest into different RLS stuff if you'd like. It's just some of the tax benefits may not be needed with the private foundation because they don't owe taxes.
Thank you,
Pete,
Pete.
question on the Royal Elite payback at 20,000.
Yeah.
Is that the whole system RLS? Or just specifically the what you just outlined for us or illustrated for us?
So what I was, yeah, so the Royal Elite costs 20,000, and that's, I know there's a video on that, and that's where you get, you know, your asset protection set up. You have the tax planning and then some meetings, and that's a one-time fee of 20 grand. And usually with the tax planning and the Royal Elite, we usually try to get that 20,000 recouped in costs within tax savings within a year to two. A lot of people have gotten it done the same year. A few just due to income levels, it's going to take maybe a year and a half to 2 years to get that whole 20,000 recouped. But, you know, if they're saving about 10,000 a year going forward, you know, if you got to work 20, 30 years, that's another 300,000 to 400,000 in your pocket. So.
Understood, but that's the whole Royal legal system that we've learned.
Yeah. You'll meet the asset protection, you'll meet with me, and you'll meet with Aaron in insurance.
Pete, I had a question about the exit strategy for the syndication. You know, how do you structure that so you aren't hitting a massive tax event in 5 years when this heavily depreciated investment comes due?
Yeah, so I kind of have like a really rosy example. So for example, in year one, this would be your investment. You know, theoretically in year 5, we would just want to roll it back over into 2 different syndications to where the money you've got recouped, you'd want to reinvest. And then the net profit you get from the selling of the syndication where you have that capital gain due to depreciation, you just kind of keep reinvesting to continue to kind of just get that bonus depreciation to help offset those costs. So you would just want to keep reinvesting in that syndication, or if there's a new investment vehicle in 5 years that kind of offers the same tax shelter, we would just want to look for those type of investments to reinvest your money into, in essence, always delay and push those taxes away. So we're kind of just set up on a timing schedule of this tranche expires in year 5. We need another tranche coming on to offset the gain. And then we just keep kind of modeling that out every year.
I have a question, Pete, regarding investing in syndication. 500,000 you invest and you're taking 800,000 depreciation. I always thought depreciation cannot exceed the cost.
So in syndications, a lot of the syndicators, they are offering 2-to-1 bonus depreciation. With the way they have it set up, they are able to offer that. So when you do get your K1 in year 1, you have a giant loss for depreciation. For you and I who just have a home, a rental property or rental apartments, we're stuck at that 100%, 80% bonus depreciation.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And then other things we didn't go over, you know, by setting up an S corp, you are able to kind of expense a little more loosely or be a little more aggressive on what you can write off as next expenses. You know, when you go out to dinner, you know, just talk business, take clients out, you know, there's little tricks there we can also provide when we do our tax planning sessions, but that gets a little too in the weeds. So what I just kind of wanted to show is there's ways to legally get to 0 taxable income. And there is some difficulty in the start to setting it up, but once it's set up, it kind of runs smoothly going forward. And then if you want more information on private foundation, just email me at pete@royallegalsolutions.com and I can send you that white paper that was being requested. Okay. Any other comments, questions on the modeling, or just tax questions in general that you guys are hearing from other webcasts or reading about in the newspapers or business journals?
No, maybe I'll just make a quick comment on the depreciation recapture, because that's an important question, and thanks for asking me, Brendan. But I think another thing, you may not have the extra bonus depreciation that we have now, because it's going down, as we said, from 80% all the way down to 10 and 0 at some point. But you will still able to do some cost, the syndication will be able to do some cost seg, and that can be done at any time, except that it's more like in the 40% range than the 160. And finally, also, when you recapture that depreciation, you're not paying it. There's a tax advantage, right? Because now if you had to pay it today on your income, it would be at the income level at your current rate, versus a long-term capital gain that is going to be taxed, in the 25% range on the recapture. So between still the 40% depreciation and the tax advantages, it's still a good strategy, and the recapture doesn't come and hit you full. That makes sense.
Yeah, and thanks for pointing out, Hitchman, because that's really on tomorrow's call. Those guys will go in more of the detail and the operations and how those work. Mine was just more showing overall, here's the tax strategy we can do, and then we're going to blend in your investment strategy to get that taxable income to 0.
Yeah, that's correct. And yeah, we'll have a lot of good presenters. You'll ask a lot of questions. There's some great panelists, both for the investment side and the due diligence, and any question you'll have on syndication and investments tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. And then go ahead.
No, did you want to finish your thought, Pete? I had a couple of questions.
Oh, no, I was just going to ask a question that was posted by Liz, but let me ask that first, and we'll go to you, Chris. On this call, raise your hands or hit the vote button. Who is an sole proprietor, or who's an S corp? Or okay,
One of my businesses.
Yeah. Or both. Gotcha. S corp, both. Sole proprietor. Okay, great. Yeah, no, thanks for the feedback. All right, Chris, what's your question or comment?
I guess 2 questions. One, with everything that you kind of posted out there, don't you still think that particular person is going to get some kind of alternative minimum tax anyway?
On the state level, they could, depending on the loss and where they're at. Usually from the W-2, there might be some. I know the alternative minimum tax usually hits with rentals, so there could be a slight tax. We'd really have to run through it, but if they do have alternative minimum tax, I mean, it's still going to be a pretty significant tax savings.
Agreed. I have a more broader question. I read an article in the Wall Street Journal yesterday that brought something to my attention that I wasn't really aware of, and it was basically donating to charity through your retirement account and receiving annuity payments for the rest of your life from that charity. I've never heard of that vehicle, and it just sounds very intriguing to me. I don't know if it's something that you've heard of or near aware of, but I'll take anything that will. I'm already donating money. If I can receive cash flow from that too, that would be amazing.
Yeah, that one I'd have to kind of look more into, because I'm not familiar with that approach. I know there's like the Grat and Crat Trust type stuff, but you're saying they're donating to a charity, then they get an annuity for it?
Yeah, the charity is sponsoring an annuity payment for them. I think it's limited to retirees, and it might even be limited to retirees of a certain age. At least I know the return on the annuity changes based on how much, how much longer you're projected to live. But look, I want to find out if it's limited to retirees, what age that starts, and if I can do it before my retirement age. But again, I'm already making donations, and look, often I do it by donating stock, so there's a tax advantage there. But man, if I could donate stock, the tax advantage from donating stock and get an annuity cash flow. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of annuities. And look, for some people, it's the perfect thing. It's not necessarily for me, but I certainly would do it if I can do it based off my donations. I'm also curious too, because it looked like there's a limit of 50,000, but it didn't really say in the article if that 50,000 per year or per lifetime. I don't know, but something worth looking into.
Yeah, I'll look into that because I think, as Brendan was mentioning, it does sound kind of like a grat, but
I'm not familiar with grats.
I can get you a little more detail on that from that article. And you said that was this week you're reading about that?
Yesterday. It
Yesterday.
came out yesterday, the article.
Okay. All right. I'll look into that and get more info for you.
Let's see, I can post the news article title.
Okay. And another question I'm seeing in the chat is kind of when do you make that S Corp election? Depending on where you talk to, it can range, but I'd say around 40 to 50,000 is personally where I would do it, because that's where the extra cost of having to do another return of an 1120S for the S Corp and then paying the payroll, those are added costs. So you're going to at least want to make sure you're break even. So 40 to 50,000 is kind of a break even, but you can do it at 70, you can do it at 100,000. Also kind of
specifically of active income, Pete, just to clarify. Yeah.
Active, correct.
If it's rentals, that's not,
Yeah.
You're trying to avoid payroll taxes.
Yes. Yeah, as S Corp active business. If you're doing a lot of rentals, you go on to ideally, if you're having income, make that passive, but if you're having losses, let's claim the rep status so that offsets your other active income. So. One question is, if you do need an S Corp setup or an LLC to be set up as S Corp, you can buy that as a one-off through RLS. You don't need to pay for the Royal Elite package. Any product that I kind of talked about for Royal Elite, you can buy as a one-off, but it's just for you as a customer. If you bundle it for that Royal Elite $20,000, it's a lot cheaper to do everything you need with that purchase price, but you can piecemeal it out and pay for an LLC. You can pay for tax planning and strategy. You can pay for insurance. I mean, you can do them all separately at different times. It's just the bundle makes it a little cheaper and more affordable. In that article that Chris was referring to as the retirement tax rate, they'll pay you annual income. So. And then Liz is also posting in more detail information on Royal Elite, and then also a meeting link to sign up for that. All right. So since you guys don't have questions for me, I'm going to ask a question for the group in general. In your areas, how's the market for the real estate doing for you guys? Is it still a housing shortage, prices decreasing, interest rates just killed good opportunities and deals? Kind of what are you guys seeing? Because where I live in the Northwest in Idaho, our property values have dropped, but there's still a housing shortage. So prices haven't dropped as much as probably some parts of the nation, but with the interest rates, people just aren't moving or leaving their house. Connie says in her area, there's still good deals to be had from distressed sellers. Speaking of distressed sellers, has anyone used that strategy before, like in 08 or 9 and 10, where there's kind of some foreclosures and buying those as investments? Has anyone had success on that?
I'm just not seeing the volume or really I'm looking forward to it. Well, I mean, I'm not looking forward to it. I don't wish anything bad upon anybody, but yeah, I'm not seeing the volume of that yet.
Okay.
Short sales or foreclosures.
Gotcha.
Well, I did that with REOs though. After, I don't know, in 2010, 2011, not the distressed sellers directly.
Okay.
You know, I bought some places for half of what they had sold for in 2005 or 2006.
Mm-hmm. And in your viewpoint, I know Chris said the market's not there where he is, but do you see that coming, or do you, what would be your intuition or thought on that?
I see it coming in the commercial space. You know, I mean, look, we're all in cycles. It will happen in residential, but you know, as you stated, there's such low inventory right now, and lenders have been, you know, it's not the situation we had in '08 where if you could fog a mirror, you could get a loan, you know, from what I've seen. So I just can't foresee the same volume per se.
Okay. Okay.
But
All
with
right.
more people working from home, I can see commercial space really, you know, a difficult time here.
Yeah.
I'm looking at, you know, maybe converting commercial space over to residential space could become something interesting.
Gotcha. Well, that's good. That's an interesting, usually I've seen people, they usually go the other way, Chris. They do the residential into commercial. So
Times change.
yeah, you gotta stay mobile, gotta be agile,
Flexible.
Yeah, that's very good. Okay, what I'm gonna do is kick it back to Tammy to do a little breakout room then, and then a little break before our 10 o'clock speaker. I'll stay on though if after the breakout room, if anyone has questions or any ideas from that, I'll still be here on the meeting though.
Thanks so much, Pete. Really appreciate it.
And
Was
then
very informative.
Shoot me an email if you got questions at Pete@Royal Legal Solutions. We'll be doing the breakout room here shortly. We got to get that set up. So hold on a sec.
All right, looks like probably like a few minutes here. Is that right? Until we start talking about asset protection. Is that right, Tammy?
Yep, that sounds good, Scott.
Cool.
Looks like you've moved locations.
No, I'm actually still in the same spot. So I don't
Same.
know.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
Oh,
it's just
all right.
different lighting. I think I changed the
Did you, like-
lighting a bit.
Oh, okay. Say, did you like change your hair?
You know me. Like
Outfit change.
I'm always trying to look my best, you know. You guys didn't know we were gonna have like bonus fashion shows during asset protection. Weekend.
Are
That's what
they
kinda-
still, Scott, are they still celebrating the win of the hockey sport?
The old hockey sport. I
Yeah,
could tell,
I mean,
Alex, that you follow sports ball about as much as I do.
Well, while we were there competing, it was a big deal for us because that's new for us, the professional, for our team here, and of course we got eliminated. But I know it's a big deal. I think they've just been around for 5-6 years or something like that, and they're doing the big championship. I'm talking about Las Vegas.
Oh yeah, man.
their
I mean,
team.
it's wild over here. I gotta tell you, I am so unplugged from like what's going on in the world of these things. Like I don't really follow like sports. I follow current events. I follow like economics,
Right.
and then right now I spend like most of my time reading, studying, following like things that I need to do. And then but people love their sports, and it always and I love that. I love it. If people love stuff, I'm like, absolutely go for it, man. You should love that thing, be excited about it, and make your life as great as it possibly can be, But I can't get that excited about stuff that I'm not like actually doing, like I can't watch golf on TV. I don't know how people do that, I like playing, I can go around and like smack the ball around and do it very poorly. But we could do it. But yeah, man, people are really excited about their sports around here. And yeah, they've been doing well, I guess. I didn't even know it was like going on.
Yeah, it was
like-
last night. It was a huge deal. It was a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I had like the whole like the Stanley Cup stuff, like actually just wound up too. I actually I actually saw this quick story before we jump into asset protection here, guys, because we'll be kicking that off here in a minute. We're just chit-chatting here to fill some time in while everybody's getting ready and taking care of themselves. I actually didn't even know about it until like it happened to like flick on TV like while I was traveling to get out in Vegas, because I've actually been out in Florida studying with like Michael Singer and working with investor groups that are out there working on this getting our deal flow. What's going to be this next deal flow component going on, and then meeting some of like other teachers that I had. So then I was like, oh, Stanley Cup is on. And then like the game had just ended and they're like, well, not anymore. And I was like, well, I guess I missed that one.
Right.
Well, that seems to be how things have been going recently. Selective ignorance, maybe. I don't know. Cool. All right. All right, everybody. We'll go ahead and kick off here in asset protection here in a minute. Just give me 1 second and I'll be right back. Actually, yeah, we can just go ahead and do this together if we want. So I'm just gonna go ahead and like lead us through like a quick centering thing. I'm gonna give you guys an inside sneak peek about like what helps me be really effective in life. And this is one of the, like the major things is before I get into something that's big, right? What I'll do is I'll get recentered. I call it like getting recentered, and then I'll go ahead and get into like the next thing. So I was just in a conversation with Alex right now, talking about like sports and kind of just shooting the stuff, shooting the cred, as they say, right? And I'm about to get into presenting, right? So one of the things I'll do, which I'm about to lead us through right now, is just getting back into like recentered, refocused. And then that allows me to be able to be more successful with the next thing I'm going to get into. And I do with everything in life now. When I come into it, it helps me always be at my A+ level of how am I showing up for this next moment of whatever is being there. So just invite everybody, if you choose to, or if you'd like to, just to close your eyes for a second. and then just relax. Just relax the muscles in your face. Relax your jaw, shoulders, arms, fingers, hands. Just begin to breathe. On each exhale, just relax. Use your mind to just scan your body. Or where are you holding tension? Do you hold tension in your forehead, in your head, shoulders? Just continue to scan as you breathe. And each time you exhale, just relax. Feel the peace. Feel the calmness. You may be more cognizant of the thoughts that are running through your mind. But notice that getting still for a second didn't actually cause those thoughts to come up. They're always there, running, causing tension, anxiety. Just notice them, breathe, and relax. We're going to take one big inhale and hold it. And exhale and relax. Okay, cool. Let's pop into some asset protection. And as we were popping into asset protection, notice the peace that you feel. Notice the calmness. Notice how it just still, how your mind became more still, like in that moment. Notice how like that shifted to become present with what we're about to talk about right now. Okay, so as we're coming into asset protection, let's go ahead and let me share a little bit like I did this morning about where asset protection became like really important for me in my life as an entrepreneur, investor, and attorney. So as I was sharing with you guys a little bit earlier, I bought my first property when I was in law school. It was a transmission and auto repair shop, and I rehabbed the business in the building for $10,000 in back taxes. And then I ended up selling that building to be able to graduate from law school without debt, right? So that became my first foray there into real estate. And it was one of the principal instances like in my life that helped me guide me into saying, okay, real estate's really going to be a key part of my future. Because at that time I was operating underneath the principle that I really wanted financial freedom. And the way to get to financial freedom was through this real estate investing. Because and apparently I was okay. I was pretty okay at running businesses and rehabbing building. I'll go do that. So as I was practicing as an attorney, suing a law firm. Oh, did somebody else pop in? Okay, sorry. As I was working as an attorney suing insurance companies for not paying premiums, what happened was I ended up continuing to invest in real estate and scaling my real estate. And the scaling of my real estate was awesome. I was able to generate enough money doing that I was actually making more money doing real estate than I was being an attorney. But for those of us that are here, right? Like what happens when you actually start to have stuff, right? When you don't have anything and you're like in college, you're just like, wow, I'm not really like that worried about what's going on in life. But as human beings, being as we are at our like stage of evolution, in our thought processes. Once we start to have stuff, we're afraid of losing it, right? And with good reason, right? Because we built those things and we've acquired them to be able to provide for us and to provide for us like food and shelter, provide for our families. Once we make it, we don't want to lose it. So there's a lot of things to think about inside of that protection of how do you, once you have it, do you not lose it? One of the key things to have actually is really good insurance. And Aaron's going to be talking later today about insurance and how to strategically use insurance to be able to help protect you and protect your family. But we know insurance companies, especially from my experience in suing them, are that they're profit-seeking corporations. And so profit-seeking corporations, their business model is to collect premiums and deny coverage. So it's not that we say, oh, insurance is bad. What we say is that it has a selective and strategic place in our lives. And that on top of insurance, what we also need is protection we can control. And the protection that we can control is the asset protection. It's using LLCs and trusts to be able to make it where we're bulletproof to lawsuits. So I had a friend of mine who lost over $3 million from a single lawsuit in real estate. And he had really great insurance that was in place. But the problem that he ran into was that the deal that went sideways on him, they sued him for breach of contract because he wanted to back out of a deal. Well, he thought the insurance companies were there to protect him from everything. But no, it only turns out that they protect you from simple accidents. They don't protect you from, things that you might say in an email or a phone conversation that somebody misunderstood. It doesn't protect you if you want to get out of a deal and they want to come after you for breach of a contract. That there's limits to how much they'll cover you for. Like if you get into a car accident, you can exceed the limits of coverage that you have, which means that people can come after you personally. So there's all these like little chinks in the armor from real estate, and that bit him really hard. So it was really important to me at that point to make sure that I had good insurance in place, that I was using liability and umbrella insurance policies. And then on top of that, that I had LLCs and trusts in place to be able to make sure that even if the insurance company flaked on me, because I really wanted them to pay the claims if they could just go ahead and get it handled for me, because that made my life easy, right? So I wanted to have that great insurance in place, and having the underlying liability policies and umbrella policies made that much more likely. But I was like, no, I really want to bulletproof it. So that way, even if the insurance doesn't cover it, or something else funky happens, right? Like I want to back out of a deal because it's a bad deal and I don't want to worry about those lawsuits, or, I don't want to have to be like, have to think about like what things could people possibly misconstrue from emails and text messages or phone calls that I make, that I really need those LLCs in place. And that's why I started to advise clients too. It's like asset protection became like the really big first thing that Royal Legal Solutions actually started to build and promote for real estate investors. And it happened really early in Royal Legal Solutions, actually, that I had a client where it was the exact scenario I was talking about in the Bigger Pockets podcast about like, here's what can happen to you, where she, she initially like came in to me, telling me, be like, hey, I got great insurance and I'm really honest. I don't got to worry about things because I'm so honest. And I was like, oh, sweet, sweet summer child. You don't understand litigation. Everybody will just lie. And it doesn't matter how honest you are, because litigation is a game that's built upon like, how do you get what you want from somebody else? Like that person got hurt. They want to hold somebody else accountable. They'll just, they might not even know they're lying, right? Like that's how crazy this is. But they will, right? Because what they really want is for somebody else to pay for whatever is the damages that happened, right? So I was able to like explain to her that I was like, hey, honesty is not really a defense in any lawsuit. And to be able to control what's going to be able to happen to your life, you have to have asset protection in place. And the proper asset protection is going to be using either like LLCs, series LLCs, or certain types of trust structures, depending upon the assets that you have, depending where the assets are located, depending where you live. There's an ideal structure in there using those vehicles that are best for your tax, your protection, and to produce anonymity. And so she put in place Series LLC because these were flips. And with her Series LLC, which I'm going to tell you guys more about here in a minute, she actually sold one of the assets out of it. And then 6 months later,
after the sale of the asset, the buyer was on vacation and some of the plumbing that was in the second story of the house leaked and caused $75,000 in damages in the properties. So you'd say, well, okay, what's that have to do with the client? Well, the client and the buyer had text messages and emails going back and forth, talking about what plumbing in the property had been replaced. And in one of the messages, she had meant to communicate that all of the plumbing underneath the house had been replaced, but her message actually said all of the plumbing was replaced. Right? And in context, it was, to me, it was really clear that it just meant all of the plumbing that was underneath the house. But this is a jury question, right? I see it one way, they see it another. You take 12 random people, you throw them into a box, and then you hope you win. That's our court system, right? If you're not protected, that's what you're relying on. It's 12 just randos being able to come to the same conclusion that you did about what you think is fair, right, and just, and how you see the situation. To me, that sounds nuts. So that's why I rely on asset protection. So what ended up happening, though, is that we got the lawsuit completely dropped. And the reason we got the lawsuit completely dropped was because they said, well, you defrauded us by the communications that you made because you didn't actually replace the plumbing that was in the second story, the plumbing that had leaked and caused all of the damages. And I said, okay, well, let's go ahead and accept the fact that says maybe you're right? Maybe you're right that you got misled. Let's actually talk about how you're going to actually get any money here. So there's only two people you can really sue. You can either sue the entity that made the communications, which in this case was an operating company that I had set up for her, or you can sue the company that actually sold you the asset, which was a compartmentalized child series and her series LLC. And at the end of the day, the lawsuit got dropped because of the asset protection structures that were in place, because there wasn't an avenue for them to be able to go after any money. And so it didn't matter whether there was any fraud there or not, because at the end of the day, the lawsuit was actually about getting money, right? And this is where, she had got to reap the benefits of something that I've been talking about for a year, is that you have to look at what the business of lawsuits are. And the business of lawsuits are people using attorneys to sue other people to take your stuff. But if you can protect the stuff, the lawsuit just doesn't happen because there's nothing there to take. So the business decision says we just choose not to sue. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about that structure, because this is the same structure that works for flips as it works for like buy and holds, as it works for apartments, as it works for commercial buildings, as it works for syndications, as it works for everything. And essentially, in the nuts and bolts of this, as it works down to a two-company structure, you have one company, which is your asset holding company, and your asset holding company owns everything, but it doesn't do anything, right? It's completely separate from you. And then you have an operating company, and your operating company does everything, but it doesn't own anything, right? So your operating company is typically going to be an LLC, and your LLC is going to be the one that enters into any contracts. It's the one that's actually at the bottom of any emails that you send about who is this from. It's going to have a header in there like, oh, this is from XYZ Corporation. I'm a manager or a member or, something of that corporation. And all the communications that I'm making to you in this email, and as part of what we're doing here, is all part and parcel to me working for this company. Just happens to be a company that I fully own, right? And if you form those companies in the right state, and they're going to be treated as separate from you for legal liability purposes. So you'll have protection that's there in place for that. So whether you're leasing things to leasing assets to tenants, like you're doing rental real estate, or you're doing business in the world, or you're hiring contractors, or you're doing anything, everything there should flow to a operating company, because that's the company that does everything, but it shouldn't own anything. The company that owns everything is your asset holding company. You, like every other person out there that has accumulated wealth and riches in life, should not own anything. The best scenario is where like Connie doesn't own anything. She has an asset holding company that owns everything. Connie doesn't actually do anything. She has an operating company that does everything, right? And the reason why is because Connie is inherently risky, because Connie can get into a car accident, right? Connie might be saying stuff to people, because she had a little too many cocktails at the party, you just never knew what she was going to say, right?
I don't
And-
drink. So one risk removed.
Yeah, there you go. That's even better protection, take those off the table, if we all didn't drink, and we never drink in our lives, we would have done a lot less stupid things. We're going to be honest. But inherently, like, we as individuals are doing stuff all the time, right? And because we're doing stuff, that it has legal liability associated with it. So rich people don't own things. They have companies that own things, right? They don't own the yachts. They don't own the cars. Their asset holding companies do. And so among the asset holding companies that you can have that you have like a few options, and they depend upon where you're located and what assets you own. And because you're with your asset holding company, you're really making two decisions. You're trying to get the best protection for the cheapest maintenance that is inside of like yearly costs just to maintain the protection, and also any type of like potential tax benefits that are there. So California investors, for example, will use Delaware statutory trusts. We recommend they do that because they can get the highest level of protections that you can get while avoiding franchise taxes, for example. People that are in the apartments and commercial space, they're typically needing to use LLC structures, right? Forming an LLCs as single purpose entities in different states, but that actually has to do with like financing, right? But if there's a way to be able to do the financing and work inside of the right structure with using like the LLCs. For single family home investors and syndication investors, the cheapest, best thing to do is actually a series LLC. You use a series LLC that's formed in either Delaware, Texas, Nevada, or Wyoming. That's charging order protection. So that way, if they sue you, they can't get to your ownership of that LLC. Which, if the LLCs that you have right now don't have charging order protection in place, and you just kind of form them up and you haven't thought about charging order protection, you really should, because you might be thinking you're protected and you're not, which is the worst thing that can happen. So if you currently have some structure in place, check to see whether the states where you have those LLCs set up have charging order protection in place for their LLC. States like California don't at all, right? So the typical states that have the best protections are Delaware, Texas, Nevada, or Wyoming on that protection standpoint. Now, you also have your, we were talking about the series LLC. Now, the series LLC, what it allows you to do, and the DST will allow you to do this too, but it does it through a trust structure instead of an LLC structure, is that you can create one parent entity, and you only have one entity, one parent to maintain. It's one entity that's filed, one entity that's maintained every year, one registered agent, one set of books, one set of minutes, whatever the case may be. So it's one entity. But what it can do for free is to create an infinite number of child series. And each child series is treated like it's its own legal liability company, right? Its own little bucket for liability purposes, but they're free to create and they're infinitely scalable, right? Oh, I saw somebody dropped in the chat about the WST. For everybody knows, that's the Wyoming statutory trust, the WSTs and DSTs. But there are different types of statutory trusts. But digressing is, like, you end up being able to have an infinite number of these child series, which you can create on your desktop for free. And then you can put each investment that you make, or each home, each syndication, into its own child series. So that way, if anything goes wrong with that property or that investment, it can't affect any of the other investments, right? Now, some people are like, well, can I group certain types of assets together? Like, can I take 4 syndications and put it inside of a single child series of my DST or my WST or my series LLC? And the answer to that is, yeah, you can, but just notice that it's there's a non-zero chance that something can go wrong, right? There's a non-zero chance that something can go wrong. Because with real estate, we understand, like, okay, grandma fell on the property, right? She got hurt, so she's going to sue the property owner. Okay, we understand each piece of real estate is inherently risky because there's a lawsuit that can go directly against the asset. I get it. If they sue me, they can't get to anything because I have a my company in place and I have charging order protection so they can sue me and they can't get to the asset. But what if grandma falls on the property? Well, then she can sue the property directly and then she can go after that one piece of real estate. If I have it compartmentalized inside of individual child series or individual LLCs, she can't go after all the rest of them, but she'll be able to go after that one. A lot of times with syndications, what people are always thinking is, says, well, like I'm a limited partner in the syndication. So what is the real opportunity for them to be able to come after a limited partner? And it's very, very small, right? Most all the times you're not able to come after limited partners. However, if there's intentional fraud because of the operations of the company, or whether there's something that's just really bad that happens, like some type of toxic spill, right? Or some type of like major health hazard, then what they'll allow it to do, they'll call what's called pierce the LLC, and then they'll go ahead and go after the limited partners in that case, right? It is exceedingly rare that happens, right? However, it's a non-zero chance that something could happen, right? We're seeing right now that in the wild and woolly world of investing that you know, there's deals that are going sideways and there's Ponzi schemes that are blowing up right now, right? If you're paying attention, you're starting to see these kinds of things happen. So what happens? Well, the people that are even the limited partners inside of those Ponzi schemes are getting pursued, right? They had just done initial funding to help the company, the investment company, get going, but they're actually now part of the lawsuit. Why? It's because the Ponzi scheme is an allegation of like an intentional fraud by the limited partners that they were in the scheme of it, right? But they had no idea. And that's kind of the deal that happens when we start doing these like hands-off kinds of investments. That's why it's so important to really do proper due diligence. And if you heard me talk earlier this morning about why it's so important and how I've cultivated for myself layers of protection inside of the due diligence of how do I get the very best due diligence in place through using, you know, crowdsourced due diligence, the kind of operators, the kind of groups that I invest with, the kinds of groups that I'm establishing here as an extension of the work that I do myself with the investor club, that it's a non-zero chance that like something bad can happen. So what do? Well, if it costs me nothing extra to compartmentalize each of my investments because it's a child series of this series entity, then why not do it, right? Just take additional risks off the table when we can. If it costs me nothing to be able to take an additional risk off the table, why don't I do that? And so that's the method that I play by, is that I'm always playing a game about like, is this going to cost me more money? Is it going to cost me more headaches, i.e. more time? And if it's not going to cost me more time or more money, then I'm just being smarter. I'm just being smarter by operating better. And the way I define smarter is that I'm taking more risks off the table. So that way my life is more stable and secure, right? And that's the way that I look at what's important for asset protection. So so far, what we've done with the operating company, ourselves, and this asset holding company is we've done a lot, right? Because we've stripped the assets out of our personal name. We put the assets inside of a company where all the assets are compartmentalized. So if somebody sues us because we got into a car accident that exceeded the limits of liability of our car insurance policy, they can't go after any of our assets. And if they try to go after any of the assets directly because something happened with one of the assets, they can only get to that one asset. They can't get after the full portfolio. So I'm going to have a minimal loss, tops. And very likely people aren't going to be able to sue me for any of the business dealings that I'm doing because I'm going to be operating through the LLC. And because I'm operating through the LLC, then that LLC is going to screen me. If they name me in the lawsuit, I'm going to be able to get myself dismissed because I'm going to say, hey, that wasn't me, Scott Smith personally. That was, I was acting in the name of that LLC. So you can sue that LLC effectively, but you can't sue me. And what does that do is it helps protect my credit score, helps protect my reputation, helps keep my name and my credit scores protected for any of the financing or other things that I want to do, right? And all the things are important because all lawsuits are never something you get to control, right? It's always somebody else deciding they're going to do something to you. So you have to protect yourself from the opportunity that says, like, I can't control what other people are going to do and what's going on in their lives or however they're going to feel about things. The best I can do is to be able to build this castle of protection, around myself. And then the next question is, well, how do I make sure inside of that analysis of like, I want this protection that's in place. How do I make it where it works for me as like a business model, right? It gives me the right cost. It gives me the right allocation of time. It allows me to have easy books to manage, because all of this stuff, when I was looking to create it for myself, it was all about being able to create time freedom, right? What's efficient? Because I need it to be cost efficient to be able to, help me be able to grow my wealth, grow my cash flow, grow my net worth. And then I also need it to be time efficient, because I don't want to spend a bunch of time on it. And then if I have to pay a bunch of money to this team to manage it for me on an ongoing basis, well, then I'm back at the same place I started with, right? So being smarter for me was, how can I get all of the protections in place, make it streamlined and the operations of it, so that way it was effective, like I needed it to be in case anything went wrong, but also fit inside of what the costs were, what my cost tolerances were for having that thing maintained. And so on the protection side of things, that's how you do the protection from the lawsuits. Now there's another piece to the protection that's even better, I think, than the lawsuit protection, which is, how do you stop lawsuits before they even start? How do you stop lawsuits before they even start? Well, one way to stop the lawsuit in dead in its tracks is to operate through the operating company, right? And the asset holding companies. The other way to stop the lawsuits before they start is to actually hide your assets using trust structures. So you hide your ownership of your corporations and the ownership of the assets by using anonymous trusts. And those are typically referred to as grantor revocable trusts, right? Or revocable grantor trusts. There's three different types of trusts. There's the statutory trusts, like the WST and DST, like we talked about earlier. Those are trusts that provide themselves protections just like LLCs do. Then there's irrevocable trusts. Irrevocable trusts do provide some asset protection, but they're mainly used for estate planning purposes to help you get underneath estate tax thresholds. And then there's a third type of trust, which is called a revocable trust, that are typically used for estate planning purposes, like living trusts. But inside of revocable trusts, there's you can also do these things called land trusts or property trusts, and you can do them such that they're held anonymously. So trusts, these types of revocable grantor trusts, these land trusts and property trusts, what they allow you to do in conjunction with a law firm is to actually pull your name off of the public record as associated with any companies or assets, and that the contact person for the trusts and the companies themselves actually all go to a law firm. So what does that mean? It means that like your neighbors can't just look you up and find out what companies that you own and what assets you own in the area, because your name's not going to appear on any of those things as part of the public record. If anybody comes to start to ask, or like an attorney, somebody says looking to try to sue you, says, well, I'm going to start asking some questions about these LLCs and these trusts. Well, guess what? Now they run into an attorney-client privilege issue, because the only person they can ask about those is me, because I'm the attorney that's listed in conjunction with all of those legal entities. And I'm going to tell them if they come and ask me about it, and be like, I can't tell you, legally, I'm not allowed to tell you anything about it, because I'm bound by the attorney-client privilege and I have to protect my client here. So now we have like the protections from the lawsuits. We have anonymity because your name's not a part of the public record. And if anybody comes to ask about it, we can't even tell them anything that's about it. Legally, they can't ask, and legally we can't tell. And then if they said, well, I'm going to go ahead and sue anyway, well, holy smokes, do they run into another problem, because the most they're going to be able to come after is a very small amount of assets, because everything's compartmentalized inside of an LLC, a statutory trust structure, or a series LLC. Do you see what we've done? Are you guys getting this? You make it where the business of the lawsuit doesn't make sense anymore. Because when somebody comes to look to sue you, their avenues to be able to get money look terrible, because they can't find out what assets you own to be able to know how much they're going to be able to get if they're successful, if they risk the $25,000 to $50,000 that it takes to come after you and sue you. They don't know how much they can get, right? Because it's all not held anonymously. Then they got layers of corporate structure they have to fight through, right? Using like, because of the way the operating company works and because of the relationship between the operating company and the asset holding company. And then even if they can win, they get a very small win, right? And at some point, they find out about that, right? If we don't just agree to go ahead and tell them, because I like giving people really bad news, make them quit early, makes it cheap for us. And so in this way, this is how you can stop lawsuits before they start, and if they do start, you get them ended very, very quickly, because every step of the way they're having to fight and fight and fight. And then every step of the way, they're just getting worse and worse news about how bad of a business decision it is for them to be able to come after you. Right. And that's how you win the game of lawsuits. You don't win the game of lawsuits by, it's good to be honest, right? Don't get me wrong here, right? Like, I believe we should all be honest. We should all treat each other fairly. Not only is that the right thing to do, it's actually the right way to live, right? And you'll have a better life if you live from that place, right? However, I also believe in making sure that I get to be generous with handling issues in the way that I want to, not because somebody else is forcing me to do something, right? If somebody like got hurt on one of my properties and I have all of my asset protection here in place, right? I got and I'm saying, there ain't no way you're going to be able to come after me for a nickel out of any of this stuff, right? I can still choose to help that person with their hospital bills because they got hurt, and I'm generous and I feel kind, and they got hurt and I want to be there to help them because they got hurt. Maybe not for any other reason. Maybe I don't know them. Maybe it doesn't matter. But do you see how that changes the game? There is nothing lost by saying I am fully protected. And then I can just make choices about what do I want to do next. Make choices to how do I live. People aren't able to push me around on anything.
Scott, and to your point, it puts you in a position to settle at a much lower rate and gets rid of the lawsuit. You help that person and maybe in the hospital, but it's for a much smaller amount than what they originally intended for, because it will just be too expensive to go after you.
Yeah, 100%, right? From a nuts and bolts, dollars and cents perspective, it allows you to get to like really low dollar settlements or get to nothing at all. Like the story I was telling earlier about the client that we got him to completely walk away, right? Because that's what the client wanted. She was like, I don't feel like I misled these people at all, right? Like they're coming after me about something and I was like, listen, it doesn't look to me like you did anything wrong either, right? It looks like something bad happened that they want to blame somebody, and so they're trying to blame you, right? That's more likely what happens in life most of the time, actually, right? Is that people get hurt and they want to blame somebody else. So then they get onto the attack. And so those situations, it was felt right to say, cool, let's fight it down to the nth degree and play super hardball with them, because we've done the preparation that's needed to be able to go into a fight that's like this, because that's what you got to do. You got to do it proactively. You can't wait till the lawsuit happens. You have to do it proactively and be ready for it. And then there's other times that have come up where it's exactly like you're saying, Chris, where I was like, the guy got hurt. He got hurt on my property. I kind of feel bad. I kind of knew there was a hole on that property too. I didn't fix it. So, and he doesn't have health insurance to pay for his hospital bills for his broken leg. And I kind of like want to help him with that. And I was like, oh, well, let's do it this way then. Let's work through it through a settlement agreement. Because there's an attorney involved, and there's parts of the puzzle here about once it gets to that place about how do you navigate through all the different kinds of relationships and needs that are going on at that point. And that's where it comes into play, right? Because all the clients that, we have about a lawsuit a month that comes in to Royal Legal Solutions of clients getting involved in lawsuits. And so I'm constantly working and putting the method and the system to the test about where does the rubber meet the road with being able to get things to totally walk away or getting to the right settlement in the right way, right? But always doing it from a position of being prepared and from a power position, which is important, right? It's important that we're powerful. It's important that we're powerful in life, because power is where we're
actually. If I can interject, Scott.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's important that you're powerful, but it's also important to have your ego in check. And I'll just give a very quick example. You can be sued and know for certain, and even that the client knows that you're 100% not at fault, and it's just a frivolous lawsuit. And a lot of people, and very often even people of means, their ego will get, and it's like, I will pay whatever it costs because I need to prove that I'm right. And in the end, sometimes you have to realize that even if it's frivolous, if you can settle for a small amount of money, it is worth its weight in gold, rather than run something through the whole gamut of a lawsuit that can take months and months of your time and weigh on your conscience. And instead of you being able to focus on just paying a little bit and then focus on what makes you money.
That's right. And at the end of the day, right, it's what's the best use of my time, right? And it's the best use of your time is where you get to the highest dollar productive activity if what you're desiring at that point in your life is money, right? And we can go ahead and just assume that there's actually a ton of things we could actually decide we want to create in our lives, right? But let's say for the purposes of being here for these next 2 days, we're really just about like, what's the money factor, right? So, and that's either going to be finding better deals or running our businesses better, right? I'm almost at the end of the day, or doing sales, right? You should know, if I had extra time to be able to convert time into money, what should I be doing? If you don't know what that is, you're probably wandering around in the wilderness, of like still trying to figure it out. But that's okay. That's why you come to groups. You learn from other people that like know how that works. And then the questions in my mind really come into like efficiency, right? So like Ryan in here, and we can open up some questions, guys. So start thinking of like what questions that you might have here about the asset protection piece of this, and I'll start reading through some of the chat. Is that Andy was asking about like, hey, with the WST, which is the Wyoming Statutory Trust, the Delaware Statutory Trust, which typically what we're recommending for California investors to avoid franchise taxes, is that do you need to automatically convert them into an LLC during a lawsuit? So first of all, Andy, what I always say is that we are going to, if you like said, hey, I'm a client RLS, right? You have your twice a year touch points. Sometimes it can be more if you're a member of like what we're doing with like tax and whatnot as well, because we're then strategically helping you with positioning your life around taxes and around your investing and around your business to be able to maximize how much your after-tax income and your portfolio is doing. But let's say you're typically like a typical client said, hey, I got this lawsuit that I'm worried about, or I got this lawsuit that just got filed, and it got served on me directly. What should I do? Right. So the first thing that happens is that me or one of our staff attorneys help you find a local attorney to wherever that lawsuit's based. Right. So that could either be, if that's in California, right, we need somebody who's going to appear in the court there. Right. And then what we do is we partner with that person to really say, here's all of the things that we built to have all of these defenses in place. And we work with that attorney to basically get them up to speed. It usually takes about an hour to get them up to speed of here's all the defenses and all of the layers of protection that we built for Andy, right? And then it's that attorney's job to then look at what's the nature of this lawsuit and then work with us on how are we going to get these two things to merge together? What needs to happen in the court and what are all the strategic things that we built in preparation like for this event? So in some circumstances, I could envision that converting to an LLC at that point can make sense, right? In other circumstances, I could say you might not need to do that because the statutory trusts have inherent protections. And it really has to do with like what set of laws do we want to fall under? Do we want to fall under like the laws of the state of Wyoming and Delaware for what kinds of protections are in place because of that structure, because of the nature of the lawsuit? We want to fall underneath those jurisdictions laws, which is actually what's required by the full faith and credit clause of the U.S. Constitution. If we have a foreign entity that's operating the states have to respect each other's laws. Or do we want to fall underneath the laws of the LLCs of the state of California, right? And so those are actually strategic decisions that get made with the attorney at the time of the lawsuit, depending upon the nature of the lawsuit. So I know that's an incredibly complicated and in the weeds kind of lawyerly answer. So thank you for giving me a moment to be able to flex all of my nerd skills around.
But Scott, I mean, if the lawsuit's already there, isn't it too late to convert? I mean,
everything depends, right? Everything depends about like when we're there. And then the point is that inside of like the hypotheticals, like Andy's question is beautiful, right? Because it says, I love Andy's question because it says, I'm really thinking through all the details. And man, I got to tell you, most of the success that I've had, I'm 38, for 36 years of my life, most of the success that I've had came from nerding really hard and working my ass off, right? And the last 2 years, like I was sharing this morning, is I actually have found an easier way. And the easier way actually has to do with coming into like a mindset, engaging inside of the present moment and being able to handle things that just come up in this moment. But how do we do that in a way? And those are the things that I'm going to be teaching about inside of the Royal Life Group. And I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit more in lunch about like, what is it like to operate in business investing in life, like from this other perspective that I found to be more effective. But the way that Andy is thinking here, I totally get it. Cause I was like, man, I lived 36 years of my life like that. And yeah, it's super effective, right? Because I'm working hard and I'm really thinking through the details, right? And like, holy shit, does that put you into a top performer of what we currently understand what top performers do? The thing that I'm talking about that we're going to be talking about in Royal Life is the stuff that like Steve Jobs was doing. It's like that next level of mindset. And it's like, these are the guys that I've studied, like, how the hell were they thinking at that next level? How do they come up with this stuff, right? And so what I did is I started to actually find out. And I was like, oh, Steve Jobs at his funeral gave everybody a book of Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahamsa Pragananda. Why the hell did he do that? So just like funky stuff that people that I recognize that was like amazing entrepreneurs and creators, and then being like, what kind of funky stuff did they do? I'm going to get into all that, see what the hell they were thinking. Why would they do that? Why was that so important? And that led me down a multi-year path. And now I feel like I'm at a place to be able to help everybody here be able to just learn some of the things that have been serving me as I've been diving deep into it and what that's meant for me. But I digress back to asset protection. And to Ryan's question here is with the series LLC and the child series. Yeah, so the great thing about the series LLC and the child series is what? I have one company that I have to form and maintain, one set of books. And in my books, I just have to keep track of the income and expenses of each of the individual child series of the entity. And that satisfies all my legal requirements and simplifies my life. It's cheaper to form and maintain. I have an infinitely expandable company because all the child series, I don't have to file anything to create them, especially if I create them in Texas. And I don't have to have separate sets of books for them because all of the accounting for it is all in that other set of books, right? I just need the one set of books. All I have to show to the court is that I'm keeping track of the income and expenses of each quote unquote company, each child series separately, right? So what that allows you to do then is simplification and scalability at no additional cost. And that's why I love these series entities, whether it's a WST, DST, or a series LLC. Chris asks here, Scott, any recommendations for how to protect the equity in your primary residence without jeopardizing Section 121 exclusion? Yeah, Chris, I'm wondering, and this is probably true for anybody that has any properties that they have significant equity in. I hope this is okay for me to say here, but this is also every single one of like my Asiatic clients, whether like they're Chinese, what am I saying? They're Chinese or from Taiwan or Korean, is that they own everything in cash, right? I remember what we talked about with like compartmentalizing every asset, that the most it could go after is one asset. Well, some of their assets are like $1 million plus in cash, right? They have no debt because they just don't believe in debt. Which is awesome, right? It's a totally different way of looking at it. So what we do in those circumstances is that we create our own mortgage company and then place our own bona fide notes onto your own property. So what that looks like, it's called equity strip.
Equity strip.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll set up a separate LLC. That LLC will then place a note, a secured note onto the residence for probably 20 to 30% above current market value of whatever the residence is. So now there's zero equity left in the property after that note's placed on there. And then what we'll do is we'll take cash and we'll bounce the cash through the appropriate bank accounts. So that way we'll say the note has been fully funded. Now we have a paper trail. We have a note that's been recorded and we have a paper trail of cash that got bounced through the bank accounts. That's actually enough for it to held up if anybody were to challenge it and say this isn't a real lien. So if anybody sued that property what would happen is they say, well, I want to sue your primary residence, right? And your insurance company says, we're not going to protect you on this, Chris. You should have known that the staircase was faulty and this is actually gross negligence. And we don't ever cover gross negligence because it's an issue you should have known about. This is a real thing insurance companies will do, especially when claims become high. It's their business model. You can't really fault them for it, So they deny the coverage and say, well, I'm going to go ahead and sue your primary residence anyway, because that's where I got hurt. And then they go through the whole rigmarole and they sue the residents. And then when they foreclose on the residents, they say, well, we were able to sell your residence at auction. You say, isn't that terrible? And they say, well, yeah, that's terrible, except for the fact that all of the money that has to go to pay out the secured lien interest first, which actually gets paid out to your own mortgage company. So they went through the whole thing. They did the whole lawsuit. They foreclosed on the asset and all the money got paid out to the company that actually Chris owns. And then NT Capital, they're talking like, well, what about don't homestead protections, exemptions helped some, and sometimes they do, and sometimes they're limited. Yeah, it's a state-specific issue, right?
Great in Florida, not so good in California.
Nope. And those actually are statutory rules, right? So then those actually can change anytime, depending upon what the legislature does. And so I'm highly encouraging everybody to say, just get into the system you can control. Right? You can control LLCs. You can control the protections that are there, right? Operate everything underneath like one system and process. That's how you make your life simple, right? And in that, you'll also get all of the efficiencies that it's going to save you the time. It's going to save you the money. And that's how you make life simple, right? Because life simple is where life turns peaceful. And peaceful life is then where you're actually able to get into deeper expressions of what it is that you really want for yourself and in life. But you got to have the money, right? Money is important. That's why we're here talking today and tomorrow and teaching all the mechanics about money. That's why I'm launching the Investor Club. And that's why I'm launching the Royal Life group here. So that way we'll have one community that will actually be able to have one cohesive ecosystem or everything I've been able to figure out in my life as I'm still continuing to control and develop, but also to be able to help everybody upskill very, very quickly, because we don't have to do all of the struggles that I've had to do to be able to get there and be able to teach it to you quickly. Okay.
Scott, are you going to go more into detail about the Investor Club today or tomorrow? Is that going to be more of a tomorrow thing?
Yeah, I think so the idea is that tomorrow is where we're actually going to be able to get firsthand experience with some of the deal flow that's coming through the Investor Club. I want to start introducing you to like some of those deals, and then what we'll likely end up doing with the club is at that point being able to schedule meetings with me so I can grab a hold of like what is the deal flow that we actually all need of the people that are like, hey, I want you, Scott, to go figure out deal flow in my life for me, right? Or as a section of what's going on for me, right? So there's a piece that I know there that the deal flow needs to have the constraints of what are the returns is that we really need as a community, and what are the types of tax benefits that we need. Do we need tax benefits that offset W-2 income, or is it just all real estate, or is it some type of mix of the both? And what the club will allow us to do is a couple of things. The club is going to allow us to, it's going to pay for the infrastructure that's needed for essentially, I can't guarantee that everything is like a safe deal, right? But it's to the limits of tolerance that is the highest levels of limits that I'm aware of, or anybody that I know is aware of how do we vet deals and get like intelligence on them. Yeah. So those things like cost money, right? To get access to the deals, but also to be able to do that kind of due diligence that comes into place. And because we're inside of like an investor club, at that moment, we're going to be able to do pooled investment contributions into the deals, which allow us to be able to negotiate for better terms. So it usually ends up meaning that you get, a pretty good kicker on top of it. And that one thing that's important for me about the investor club as well too, is that the investor club money that's all the money it makes. It's just from the fees charged to the club. That we can dollar justify the fees to the club because it's getting people into better deals. So they're going to make way more money having access to the deals in this way that are safer, and that we don't make any other money off of what's happening with the investor club besides the fees that are directly charged to the members of the investor club. I.e., what can happen in some of these other places is that their people, the members of the club, are getting some type of like GP interest or some other type of kicker for recommending certain investments. And I think that the people that go there are playing a very dangerous game, because their judgment will start to be clouded by like, is this really the best for the members of the club, or is this best for the person who's making the recommendations? And I'm a firm believer on saying, we're better off in life if we create guardrails for ourselves. Make sure that you can't get cloudy, right? Make sure you can't get cloudy. Make sure you can stay focused on like what you're really there for, the service that you're really showing up for. So that'll be the best thing I can tell you for right now for Chris and for everybody. It's to, Brendan saying like the incentives matter. Yeah. And the biggest thing you can try to tell yourself, and the biggest lie you can tell yourself, is that like you're invulnerable to incentives and that you're invulnerable to that stuff. And you're full of shit if you think you are, unless you're like a guru or a great master, right? Like maybe Jesus could do it, but I'm not as good as Jesus yet. I'm working, I'm still working down here, trying to be able to get control of that. So that's what I currently have envisioned, Chris, and for everybody. And the best way to be able to find out more information about exactly how that would be, how that's be rolling out, what the offers are going to be around that, is going to be scheduling time with me. So if you don't have time scheduled with me, and if Liz or whoever's monitoring the call right now could just redrop like a link in to schedule time with me, or if you have that from earlier in the day, to schedule time with me and talk to me about it. I have some really good ideas of where that's at. The investments that we're going to be showing in tomorrow are really tailored to the scope of like, here's the kinds of things that we're looking at. And I'll be sharing more of that. So that way we can all have like really tactical experience about like, is this it? Is this the stuff we need? Because what I'm going to create ultimately, it's going to be, here's a baseline jump off of, this is the stuff we need. It's going to make all of our lives, it's going to help us make more money and make our lives better and easier. And we're all going to be able to play together like this. And then to be able to evolve that group over time with like, what is the deal flow that we need? Because ultimately, if you guys haven't been able to, if you haven't been putting the pieces of the puzzle together, is that we have the wealth stuff, the asset protection, estate planning, tax, insurance. Once we kind of combine investing with that, and we know how all of that's supposed to work together in the right way for everyone, like it works for me. Well, now all the money side of life that has to do with that kind of money side of life is like fixed, right? It's done. It's one complete system that's already put together. It's optimized, right? Then there's this other thing, which is, do I need to make more money? Which is my businesses or my W-2. How does that filter into how my money and my wealth gets managed to help me maintain free? And then it's my mindset. How am I approaching life on a day-to-day basis? That's going to help me do more of the things I want to do. And so my vision for Royal Legal Solutions for like this group in the community is to be able to help create a space to allow us to be able to collectively share wisdom about what's the highest level we know how to do these things. Highest level of like creating wealth, preserving wealth, having wealth work for us in our lives, having businesses work for us in our lives if we need them to. And then how do we actually show up with the right internal environment, the right mindset, and the right state of being? And if we do that together as a community, I think what we will have created is a community that's actually really based on a question about like, how do we actually live life at the highest level? And to me, that's freaking cool, because that's a hard question. How do we live life at the very highest level? Right? And we can get there together. It'll take some time, but we work on it. And we work on it every day. And over time, we'll get there. And every day will be better than it was the day before. And ultimately, that's all you can really ask for. Cool. So Liz dropped in a meeting link here to meet with me if you want to talk about any of the things that are going on here with the topics that we've covered here around asset protection, estate planning. I'm going to be talking about estate planning here this afternoon, about investor club pieces around, hey, I want to level up my mindset, my leadership skills, my ability to approach my entrepreneurialism, whatever the case may be there. There's going to be options and opportunities for assistance to help you in those areas, and for us to at least be able to have a discussion about like what might be appropriate for you. I don't know that I'll be able to help you with everything that you have going on, right? But what I can guarantee you is that we can have a great conversation about it, and that I can help you get clarity And whether it's something that my company is able to help you with, I'm able to help you with. Hopefully I'll be able to point you into a direction of what I think may be able to help you. But the thing I can guarantee you by having a conversation with me is you will be 1,000% clear about what's going on, right? Because that's the thing that I'm best at over everything else like in the world. And I think, Connie's here, Alex is here. A lot of people are on this call here that I've worked with in one-on-one capacities. If you have questions like about that, of what that's like to meet with me one-on-one and drive through that kind of stuff, it's, feel free to reach out to, I hope that's okay, Connie and Alex, to reach out to them and talk to them about, what that is, because it's, my time is my most precious resource in the world. And I'm here of service to be able to give it to everybody here who's really shown up in a way to say that, hey, I want to move forward with my life. You guys are the people that I'm interested in helping, because you show up, and most people don't show up. They don't show up for change, but you show up for change. So I'm here for you, and I work my ass off to be able to make life as good as I can possibly make it, because I don't know anything else there is to do besides focus on that. So Connie, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I'm, as many people on this call know, I'm a great supporter and believer of you because of the significant change in my life and mindset, even though I believe I was already on this track before. And as far as most people don't show up, I love quotes as you do. So here's a recent one. I think it's from Malcolm Forbes, and it says, most people miss opportunity because it shows up in overalls and looks like work, right? In other words, you have to show up. You have to do something different. You have to do your homework. You have to participate. You have to get off the couch.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Alex, did you have anything you wanted to share about any experience you've had like working with me, just to be able to help people get some context, in the way that Connie maybe has helped people get context as well?
Sure, surely, Scott. And I will just second what Connie said. And actually at the breakout session, we were referencing that. My experience with you having that one-on-one really enabled me to focus. And that session time for me personally, and like Connie, we've been around a long time, right? We not only do domestic, local, international, we've met a lot of people along the way. We've done a lot of businesses. We've seen a lot of people build relationships, but it's always mutual. But there's not that many people like you, Scott. You're much younger than me, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I know more than you. Because at the end of the day, as we go through our experiences in life, there are those things that really has real meaning. And when we are reminded and able to focus on those things, then it just makes things a little bit more manageable in terms of where you're going. Because we're always going to have this stuff coming at us, at least for me, because I'm not just doing real estate, I'm doing multiple things. And I can't just extricate myself out of it because of the responsibilities that I have. Other people depend on me. So having someone like yourself come in and basically, and it's mutual, right? It's mutual. So if I'm able to mutually share this, and the time is spent, we created a mastermind alliance, and we're there for almost a year now because I value the relationship. It is really that thing that we learn, like Connie was saying. As much as we've been around a long time, seen a lot of things, you're always learning, right? But it is those things that you pick up, and hopefully you're able to apply it. Really makes a big difference. But the whole interaction, with people like yourself or with the community, that is what I value most, right? For me, it becomes part of what I do. So surely what you're offering to us as you go through this journey and say you weren't willing to share. And there's not too many places where you can find that opportunity for people who are focused on what you're doing and to be part of that, right? And so for what that's worth, I've been here a long time, I've been here since the beginning. And I know, Scott, you were a little bit away.
How many years has that been, Alex? How long has that been?
Oh, what? Are we going almost, 2 years, year and a half?
Yeah, almost like 2 years of like pulling everybody together, right?
Right.
Yeah, at least a year and a half.
We've had some time together. We have all the different sessions. We've seen a lot of people along the way, but there's some of us that have stuck it out, right? Because we value it and we're here. And so we continue to take it to the next level. because, you
Well,
know,
that's-
after here, we go back to our own lives and we got to do all those things. I mean, you know, we were talking earlier about the golf, you know, and I was mentioning to Connie, actually today I will be going to Hat Island to spend some time with myself, and my wife, when nothing else is around except me and the golf course, right, and the environment, and enjoy that moment of peace, like you were saying, right? And so, you know, I'm much more aware of that and how valuable those times are. And I need to do a little bit more of it rather than being so caught up with everything else that happens, you know, all the challenges that we go through in life. And being able
Alex,
to share that, right?
it's beautiful, man. Yeah, that's right, brother. We're in this game of life together as entrepreneurs, as investors, as family men, right? As brothers and uncles, fathers, right? And I appreciate that. Thank you for that, Alex. And Connie, I'd love to hear what you have to say, and then I'd love to give everybody a break for the next half hour, so we can go for lunch. And we're going to come back and we're going to be piggybacking directly like on this. So, Connie, is there something you want to share quickly before we go?
Yeah, one other group that I was in for many years said this: time will either promote you or expose you. So if you haven't been around as long as me and Alex and Chris and some of the other great people here, just keep coming back, listen, learn, and then make your own decisions, because time will either promote this group or it will expose this group. And one of the reasons I jumped on so fast is there's nothing that Scott has said that contradicts anything else that I've learned in investing in real estate or in life. In fact, it supports it. So just keep coming back and make your own decision.
Beautifully said, Connie. I love that. Yeah, that's right. That's all we offer here, right? That's all I ever offer to everybody, is that my intentions are always to be able to create a space, for us to be able to explore the questions of what is the best possible life we could live, and knowing that all of these things that we're doing are part in support of that one big question. And in that being said, I need a protein shake and to grab a little lunch. So thank you guys so much for all of your attention and for hanging out here for an extra couple of minutes. We're going to be back here at the bottom of the half hour. So that's about 27 minutes. Please do everything you need to take care of. We're going to start the session with a few minutes of breathing, just like we did before, to help us reset, and then get into the next piece. We're going to be diving in a little bit deeper about what to expect as part of like Royal Life, and be sharing with you some of the materials that I have, the workbooks, really the tactical pieces of the look under the hood of like what has been this major focus of my life, of how to become an elite execution machine, and allow me to get to what to the highest levels that I've been able to get to, and being able to create the life that I want as an entrepreneur, as well as an investor, and in all areas. So see you guys here in 26 minutes. All right, if you can hear me, means we're about to start here soon. Let me kicking back off with some quick recentering, breathing, practicing our skill. All right, so for this next half-hour time segment, I'm going to be talking about some of the meta skills that come in around being how to be as effective as possible in creation, how that's going to help you make more money, partnering with us, partnering with me in this deeper journey. It's about wealth, it's about life. Cool. So if you're by your computer, just invite you to practice the same skill we've been practicing today before each meeting as we come into transitions and things in our lives. Just take a second, take a moment to recenter so we become fully present with the moment that's in front of us. When we become fully present, we're able to see reality cleaner. Don't carry with us the baggage, all of the emotions and thoughts that were in the previous moment. To see the reality in the moment that's ahead of us, exactly for what it is. And breathe in. Hold. And breathe out. Hold. Breathe in. Hold. And breathe out. Hold. Breathe in. Hold. And breathe out. Hold. Breathe in. Get in those last couple of sips of air. Fill your lungs totally, completely until they feel like they're about to burst. And then hold. And slowly breathe out. And relax. Let it all go. Hold at the bottom. Feel peace and stillness. And breathe in. Get the last couple of sips at the end. Breathe in. Feel the tension. Hold it. Hold it, hold it, hold it. And slowly exhale. Relax. Let it all go. Completely relax. Hold it at the bottom. Feel the peace. And start to breathe normally again. Notice the difference of what this feels like now in this place, as opposed to what it felt like just a few moments before. Does it feel more still? Do you feel more what they call present? Does it feel like your mind is moving slower? This is part of what it is when you hear people talk about what peace feels like. Peace is a spectrum. And this little piece that you had here was a tiny little baby step. But doesn't the tiny little baby step feel radically different? From this place, doesn't it seem like you'd be more capable of handling whatever the moment that was in front of you. This capability, being able to handle the moment that's in front of you better, is what I refer to as like the kind of power that actually matters. It's the kind of power that actually matters. Power that matters is, am I in a place where I can handle the moment that's in front of me better? How do I get to be more powerful? As I get to feel more stillness of my mind, stillness in my body. Well, it's a practice that gets me to that kind of inner experience. Breathing, relaxing. If that's all you ever knew and all you ever practiced, I guarantee you, you will be in the top 1% of people that actually have the kind of power that matters. Great. So I also like to invite everybody, if you're back and you'd like to please go ahead and turn on your cameras, just so that way it helps me to be able to see who's here and who's following along. Helps me know if I'm totally lost everybody. If everybody thinks I'm a total crackpot that's not off the deep end, it's like, why in the heck is this attorney who's here trying to teach us about wealth, getting me to breathe, talking about power? What the heck did I just roll into? Is this some type of cult? Not a cult, but I am here to recruit you. I'll recruit you in how to live a better life. You guys ever seen this before? Maybe inside of the vault? Royal Life Planner? Connie, do you have yours here with you? Yeah.
I'm on vacation, so I didn't take it with me.
Didn't bring it with me. I'm surprised Connie hasn't had it tattooed on her.
But I trained my whole team in Singapore on it. They all loved it.
I just watched Connie in the video with it.
Yeah, Alex has got his book here.
Thumping the blue book.
Thumping the blue book. So this is a book that I had created a while ago. What I had done is, this is not going to be surprising to you, is that what I did when I was like, how can I be more effective at being able to create more of what I want in life? As I went out and studied a bunch of people that were super effective at creating the lives they want. They were entrepreneurs. They were focused more on, like, more than about business. They were focused on how can I create all these areas of my life. And then what I did, like the rest of them, is I then took, like, what are all of the things they seem to be doing as the themes of how are they more effective in living their lives. And then I created my own planner as a distillation of, here are the things that are the common threads by the most effective men and women that I was able to find and study. And I've created this for you. So Andy, if you have to go, please catch the recording. Please check out the Royal Life course that's free in the vault, where I really walk through the planner in detail. It'll very much serve you. So I like to, as you guys can see in here, that there's a couple of just key components that I want to share with you. There's a ton in this book. There's 11, maybe 10, 11, 12 courses that I have inside of the vault that I walk through each one of these sections of the book in detail about why they're there, how do you use them most effectively, etc. It's a ton of content that's there about it, but I just want to walk you guys through a couple of pieces here that's like the highest level about like what's important for us here today. So if you can see this page, India, this is called your calculator, your freedom calculator. And this is all your financials. Today, and like for these next 2 days, what we're talking about primarily, right, is, how do you get all the wealth? That's going to be tomorrow. Is it going to be about all the investing? And today is all like the mechanics around it. How to save the money on the taxes, how to make sure that things are protected, etc. Inside of the planner is actually where you find the calculator. The calculator is your basic financial spreadsheet. It has those 10 numbers or so, 10 or so numbers, that those are the only numbers you really have to watch to be able to tell you how well you're doing for this initial stage of your life, which is how do I get to financial freedom? And how do I secure my freedom once I get there? So if you look at if you can pull up the PDF here that Liz is pasting for us here about the 2023 Royal Life Planner, you'll be able to go to one of the pages. The page I just showed you is page 103, and it's called your financial one sheet, and has your financial freedom number and a lot of those numbers there. I don't have time to go into how to use that right now. That's what the course is for. It's in the vault that Liz posted there. But I wanted to share that with you as the top level. What we're about, first and foremost, is financial freedom. We got to secure the baseline of what's providing for us and our families in life, right? And once we can do that, then we're able to do a lot more. Because we can watch what's happening with here for our finances. And if you flick to a couple of these pages that are before that, what you're going to see is all different types of goals, trackers for your fishes, for your, how are you doing financially, intellectually, socially, health-wise, emotional, spiritual, what are all the different goals that you have for the month and the quarter, who are you using as your support system? And this is a system and process about being able to evaluate the areas of your life, be intentional about what it is that you're selecting to work on, because you can't work on everything at once. You have to be intentional about what are the most important things for me to make sure that I do. And then who am I recruiting? It's there. So you can see here, right? The prior thing that we looked at was, let's make sure that your finances are, like, we're keeping awareness about where our finances are. Awareness is almost always curative of whatever issue comes up, right? So we want to have an awareness of our finances. And then after we have the awareness of our finances, we get to ask the questions, how am I doing globally in life? Because if my life is tanking, guess what? You ain't going to be able to make that much progress on your finances, because finances are just an extension of your life. And if you're doing terrible, sometimes you got to be cognizant of that, of well, maybe I got to stop eating every meal can't be donuts and French fries because my health is so bad. Right. And if I really want my finances to improve, I might need to focus on my health, right? Maybe you don't know how to do that awareness. That's okay. That's why we have this group. I'm creating this space, this Royal Life space, to be able, and we're doing it as a paid contribution to the nonprofit, to be able to help me prioritize the time, but also to help prioritize the individual attention that's going to be needed as much as the group instruction that's there. And we're going to look from the course and from this book to be able to help you see, how am I going to prioritize what are the things I need to do in my life? Then if you look to page 106 here, this is where we start looking into what are the top 3 things I need to be doing each day, the top things I need to do in this week, what are the habits that I'm forming in the morning and the evening, and what are the things that I'm doing as a process of self-reflection for my gratitude, my forgiveness, the highlights of my day, and my acknowledgements. And I manage my day-to-day, my week-to-week, using these tools. And what I can tell you is that undertaking using this tool will be the most effective and also the hardest thing that you will have ever done. And it's going to be hard on 2 different ways. I'm not trying to dissuade you, I'm trying to encourage you about the difficulty that this stuff really is. And the reason that it's hard externally because it's a new thing to learn, right? It's a new thing to learn and to incorporate into your life, as well as any new thing is. But hey, you came to this group, you were saying, hey, I really want things in my life to be different. I want to big my wealth. So if you can do things different, you can get this intentional about where you're putting your energy and attention, big things are going to shift for you. So if that's what you're looking for, to the extent that you're able to use these tools will be to the extent at which you're able to accelerate the change that's going on in your life. It'd also be difficult and challenging, maybe not difficult, but it'll definitely present some challenges in becoming aware. Because part of what we're going to be studying in this group is actually getting really clear on what the heck it is you really want. And that's not easy. You might think it's easy because you're going to say, well, what I want's more money. And great. And remember I was telling you my story before? I hit money and then what? Well, then it's time. Okay, I hit time and then what? Oh, shit. We all feel that, right? I'll feel that anxiety, that subtle level of stress that goes on. It doesn't seem like things are going better in life and it doesn't actually seem to change much, right? So there's things, right? There's things about changing the outside world, right? It's important that we always keep that in mind. Life is about creating the life that we want, living the best life we can possibly live. And it's also about becoming deeper in awareness of what's going on with ourselves internally, and that these two things actually work together. So what you should expect with joining inside of Royal Life as I currently have it envisioned for everybody is a couple of things. Looks like I'm going to be hosting meetings, group meetings for that group at least twice a month for everybody to get together, for us as a community of that community working together. And that every member of the of that community will also have Voxer support directly from me. So when you join that community, you're now have like a private Voxer channel with me. So that way I can help you on whatever pieces that are coming up for you, right? As life becomes dynamic. And I shouldn't say help. Help is not really the right word. It's really what I'm going to do is I'm going to be in service to you about being able to operate with higher levels of intentionality and clarity about how to get to the places of operating from a place of centeredness and peace and being able to create the life that you want. And some of that's going to be able to be accomplished in the group coaching. Some of that's going to be able to be leveraged by the courses that are already existent that are on the vault. And some of that's going to be in situations where you say, hey, like I need some one-on-one support or guidance, either from this Voxer support, or I need a one-off meeting with you, Scott, to talk through some stuff because I got some heavy stuff that's coming up for me and I'm feeling whatever type of way that I need some support on that. Right? And what I can guarantee you is that I'm going to show you everything I know. If you remember that group. My intention with that group and my payoff into it is to be able to see how well can I do of being in service about shortcutting your timeline to not have to go through the 20 to 30 years of hard work and stuff that I had to be able to learn all these hard lessons around entrepreneurship and wealth and life and creation and how do you get to peace and how does all of these things actually like work together. I'm gonna work with you like on that to be able to shorten that timeline for you. So that way you're able to accelerate faster to freedom. Because here's what I know, and here's what I get really excited about, that I know that what really happens on the other side of actually being free, of getting into this place of, because all the people that live in this place with me, is that the only, and you may not feel this right now, that's okay, but I can guarantee you that at this place, when you get to this place, what we'll feel like is that the only thing that matters in life anymore is, can I live here? And how many other people can I help live here with me? Because this is the most fun place to be. This is where I feel relaxed. I feel at peace. I feel love and connection to other people. Life becomes, I'm not saying that life doesn't present its own challenges, but I'm able to handle those challenges like as they come up better than I was ever able to before. And still be able to just be me, be in here without this stuff throwing me off. And that's what I want to create a space to be able to help facilitate those that want that, you know. And we'll be talking about investing in entrepreneurship. We're going to talk about all those pieces because all those pieces are part of life, right? And what we're also going to talk about is what's going on inside of the internal environment as well. And how do we take the internal environment, which is our energy? How do we channel that energy through high levels of intention using the Royal Life Planner to be able to have a really keen awareness about how are we taking that energy and driving it into action? And then we're going to use resources like the Freedom Calculator and other resources to be able to track how effectively we're really doing it. So at the end of the day, your life becomes in the same thinking of a business, but you're in the business of creating an amazing life. Because instead of spending dollars, you're taking energy. Dollars are just stored energy. And what you're doing is you're taking that stored energy and you're running it through a process that allows a focused level of creation, which is the Royal Life Planner. That's what a business does. It puts energy through a mechanism to create something. Our creation is what is an amazing life. So then we get to manage on the back end is how do we measure what an amazing life is? First thing we're going to be able to do, and the easiest thing to be able to look at is money. Money allows us a very easy way to keep score of how effectively am I taking this thing called energy, channeling it through in a mechanism called awareness and tool sets and accountability and high levels of intention, and does money kick out the back end? And what you're going to find is there's a bunch of areas in your life you just can't quantify as easy as money, but they're assets just the same. And they're called your family. They're called experiences. They're called love and connection. They're called your charitable giving. And they mean just as much as money, if not more than money. But money's easy to measure. So we're going to start there because we got to get to financial freedom first. We got to bulletproof those areas of our life. And when we do that, we're going to have the freedom to be able to hit all of these higher level things as well too. So, great. I got a few minutes here. Again, Les, if you want to drop meeting links in there for anybody that's interested, if you want to scroll back up, if anybody has that meeting link, or if Liz wants to redrop that, if anybody wants to talk to me about those concepts or anything else we've talked about here today, feel free to do that. I'm also going to be back later this afternoon here, I guess, a little over an hour to talk about estate planning. But I would love to just have some space here that we have like a few minutes. Just create like a space for any like questions, comments, clarifications, anything you want to share that's like comes present for you about these topics. I know this is a little bit off the beating path of like a two-day wealth accelerator, but this is like the wealth that comes after money. And I wanted to share it with you guys. And that's just like from a vulnerable place from my heart about here's what I'm finding to be most valuable in life right now. So yeah, so I'll open up the floor for any questions, comments, feedback.
Scott, yeah, more of a comment rather than a question. Just that I actually think mindset plays a significant role in the Wealth Accelerator 2-day session. I think it's the number one thing that gets in people's way is their own. We all have different issues. We all have a different relationship with money and with time, and having the right mindset is a significant part of what separates some people from seeing themselves as paycheck to paycheck to becoming wealthy.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, Scott, I was just reminded as you were speaking to this from personal experience back in the day when I was trained in martial arts, right? With a sifu, we call our teacher, our master. And like everything else, most of our students were adults like us that was already doing a lot of things outside, but we needed to come in. But the teaching that he shared with us, part of the exercise that you went through in the beginning to get us focused on what we were doing, and then learning all the different skills and interacting with the other students. And these are adult students. These are not kids learning martial arts at the beginning part of their lives. I was just reminded how it's important and critical it is to be part of something like that, where you interact with other people and there's a sifu, a master that kind of guides you through, because you feed on each other. But it's important to have that mindset, what Chris was talking about, whether it's about exercise or going to a gym or having a teacher or a special coach. When you come into a place where you're focused to do that, but this time around, I'm not just training to be good in martial arts, in self-defense, but good in life, right? As in all of the other things that you talk about in terms of freedom, financial freedom, investment, making money, and all of that. You know, how cool is that to think that you could plug in with people from all over the country that share that same view, and we're going to put that structure as something that's already been put in place, because we got exposed to it the first year, right, Scott, when we had that Monday session about
And one,
life.
and Alex, and maybe Connie can join us after Alex, is like, maybe it would be really helpful for everybody to, because you've actually had a personal experience of what it's like to work with me in a group and work with me one-on-one, and to use actually these tools and practical application. At one point, when I was doing some of the R&D of what is this like to teach other people, so I was wondering, maybe you and maybe Connie would be willing to share just a little bit about that for anybody who's thinking like, you know, what is this stuff really like, and is it really valuable?
Well, I can honestly say that I didn't find it that difficult to adopt, because I've had a practice of, you know, morning goal setting, laying out my to-do list, prayer and meditation, but the Blue Book really brought it all together. And it was the single most powerful in one place tool that I have come across in my decades and decades of experience, right? Because I've been on the earth a little bit longer than you, Scott. And I found it so effective for being able to set my intention daily. So in the forgiveness section, I set my intention, I crossed it out, wrote my intention. And it was so effective and powerful that I trained my whole team at work on it, and they loved it. Because other groups or other approaches or other templates will have part of it, like they may be focused on spiritual, or they may be focused on health, or they may be focused on financial, but the Blue Book brings everything all together, so you can really see the intercorrelation of all of these aspects of life. And to be successful, you know, you need to look at those, what you call fishes, which is, you know, the financial, you know, the integral, I call it integral, integrity, intellectual, social, spiritual, etc. It brings in all those main areas of life all together. And it gives you a methodology and a tool to really take a look at that. And, you know, for anybody that's struggling to adapt a new habit, one technique I found is to link it to another habit. So, hey, I brush my teeth every morning, right? So I brush my teeth, that's the trigger to sit down and do the Blue Book. And it really only takes 5 or 10 minutes a day. But then I also go back and I write what my accomplishments were and what were the highlights. And I've written a gratitude list for over 30 years, so that wasn't hard at all. But for one place to bring everything all together, it's an extremely powerful tool. So that's what I have to say about the Blue Book. And yes, I am a Blue Book thumper.
Yeah, Connie thumps the Blue Book herself, and she's evangelizing even inside of her own business, right? You guys see that? You guys see that? Where it's like, if it in business, it's what matters is what's effective, right? Yeah, there are a whole bunch of training programs you can go to out there, but business and money, that stuff's about what's effective. And I just want to highlight that for you about like Connie's share here is about, that's what I care about. I care about what works, what changes actually things in my actual world that I can really observe, right? I can observe it like for myself internally, and I can look at it and the external. It's like, great, that's what changed. Alex, would you share a little bit about like what your experience was like in the group there? And thank you so much, Connie, for that share.
Right. So it becomes part of your daily routine, right? It became so important in the overall scheme of things. In whether you do daily mantras, or in my case, you know, I mean, Matt knows this, I do my daily proverbs, but that got incorporated to how I prepare my day.
And was there any difference, Alex, for you about like what it was like before for you versus what it was like after, and implementing some of the group coaching in the planner?
Absolutely. So besides all the specific tools that Connie was referencing, whether it's financial related, whether it's habit forming, setting goals, and making very intentional of what those things are. And these things are all in the book, but it reminds me back to my analogy of being in a self-defense class, where all of us actually that participated had different builds. right? Whether you're a beginner white belt and you advance to the color belt and then eventually to the black belt, we're all in the same room. But it was up to some of us who were intentional in our, training to be advanced. And how cool is that, right? When you get in a room, when you get to a place where, in this case, Scott's talking about being together. I just first learned this twice a month, to be able to look forward to it, but have the tools to incorporate in your daily routine, and then come back and feed the energy that you learn from each other, right? With all of the different things that were challenged. So the fulfillment that I had for that, Scott, you were able to narrow down these dozen things that I was involved in, and each of them are big on its own, right? To the 5, SMART goals that we set out to do, and we laid that out. And I literally started to focus on them, spend enough time so I can feel like I'm making progress. Otherwise,
what's the difference in feeling between what does it feel like to not make progress versus what it feels like to be making progress in your experience?
It's huge, right? To know that every day I'm working on something that I'm intentional, that not only part of my big goal, but part of my routine, that I'm doing something towards that. Because otherwise, in my case, because I do multiple things, and then when I look back at the end of the day, what are some of the productive things that I did during the day to really advance those things that I'm doing, right?
Yeah,
because
I bet that feels great.
It's huge.
And that's
I love it.
and that's an important part of the book too, because it's not just about, like writing what you're going to do today. It's about the understanding from one of your classes that actually acknowledging ourselves is the energy that helps carry it forward, even if you've had a difficult day where you felt like you got nothing done, right? So I think many successful people, they're always focusing on the next thing and the next thing, and you feel like it's never done. But the Blue Book has a space for you to write out what you've accomplished, write out what you're grateful for, write out what the highlights were, and even a couple of words will do. But really able to see that, success is a series of problems solved. It's a series of taking one step after the other. It's a series of showing up repeatedly, even when it's difficult. And like I was sharing with Alex earlier, when you're up to your ass in alligators, it's hard to remember that your original goal is to clear the swamp. Right? So at least with the Blue Book, you can realize, like, I killed at least one alligator today. And oftentimes that's just the gas that can keep you going through the next day. And then when you look back on the book and you can realize, oh my goodness, every day it felt like I was not making progress. I was just fighting those alligators, but now I've cleared one whole section of that swamp, right? So again, it's just a tool. It's a tool, I think, for people that are need more focus. They need more understanding of themselves. They need to understand what really gives them that energy. And this the book is a tool to track that, right? So that you can really see how it's still like self-accountability. How am I tracking to what my goal is? So anyway, I better shut up because I'm sure other people want to talk.
So that sense of awareness, right, Connie, besides being intentional, knowing exactly but being aware that you're actually engaged in doing something that's going to move the ball forward, right? Or that accomplishes that.
Hey, progress, not perfection, right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, guys, I know it's time for actually Aaron to come in. We've been needing his little bit of time on insurance. So Aaron, we'll be turning over the mic over to you in just 1 second. But just to put a cap on this, thank you, Connie and Alex, so much for sharing. And I'd like to invite everybody to reach out to Connie and Alex. You can do so directly here, like in the chat. If you want to, as like a private message to them, if you want to learn more about, what is that like to be a part of a group that's like that and have that kind of individual support from me. What are those kind of changes in terms of like how successful were they about being able to accomplish more, to do more of the things they wanted to do that mattered to them and the physical material world that's around us here. And also some of the things that you might be curious about as the pieces that they hinted to, which is like, it feels really different to be living in a world that feels chaotic and I feel overwhelmed and I don't know what to do. And things there, and I have all of this tension and anxiety, and moving more towards a place where internally you start to feel good, you start to feel accomplished, you start to feel successful, and there's a predictable way of getting there, right? There's a guaranteed way of getting there, right? That everybody can get there, and it's mechanical, it's scientific on like how to do it. And that's why I produce these tools and some of this teaching. It's because that's what I needed, because I'm an intellectual, you know, at heart, and a nerd, right? And it's got to be scientific, and it's got to be like logical for me to really buy into it. And then I got to be able to try it out for myself. And then I got to be able to teach it to somebody else. And then after I do that, then I'm saying, okay, great. Now I'm willing to have an opportunity where, now that I know exactly what this is, and I've done it before for myself and for others, and I say, great, now I feel confident in launching a group that can be like a paid group to take on a select number of people that I'm going to keep to, you know, a small number, a manageable number for me in a year, and to be able to offer that, because it's entirely possible to get these things to shift. And when they shift, what you're going to notice is that if your desires are to create more wealth and more money, and that's what your focus is, or working on your business or getting that to shift, all of those things are going to become faster and easier. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. There's just actually no other way it can happen. Because all creation is energy plus tools and focus. That's all creation is. And so if we do these things to increase your energetic level, and we're able to increase your focus and your tools about being able to operate, then holy smokes, the creation has to happen. It's not if it happens. There's just no other choice for it to happen. That's just the nature of things. It's math. That's how it works. Anyway, so please schedule some time with me here if that conversation sounds interesting to you. Happy to talk about that. So in the meantime, here, Aaron is up for us for the next hour to talk about insurance. Then I'm going to be back to talk about estate planning after that. Guys, to tee up here, Aaron's conversation, I want everybody to really pay attention to the pieces that Aaron is talking about here today, because we talked about it in asset protection, about how you need liability insurance, and then you want an umbrella policy. And that's all that protection side of things. That protects you from the lawsuits combined with the LLCs and trust structures. Then there's this whole other side, which is how do we use life insurance? And how do we use life insurance? Because life insurance does something for us called making sure that no matter what happens to us, our families have the life that we want them to have. My daughter's going to have the wedding that she's going to have. My wife is going to have like the things that she needs to be able to take care of the family, right? And can we accomplish all of that of guaranteeing our family's future, even if something happens to us? And can I do it in a way where it also fits my objective, my cash flow and net worth, and my investment objectives? And so that's what we've worked on solving here with Aaron inside of Royal Legal Solutions, right? It's not just insurance, right? Insurance is protection, protects our families, or it protects us from lawsuits. But then there's these creative ways that you can use insurance in the right way to be able to help accelerate your investing in your cash flow while accomplishing those two goals, and how it fits into the broader picture. So I really want you to pay attention to this insurance conversation, because it's another piece of the puzzle. It's another piece of the sophistication of what there is to learn here. So Aaron, I'll turn the mic over to you, and then I will be back with you guys here in about 52 minutes. And Aaron, if you need to run over a little bit, please feel free to do that.
Okay, awesome. I actually, I was going to say, Scott, you can just keep talking, and that takes my time away, and then I don't have to talk so much, right? Hopefully you guys can all hear me. Can you make finger waves or whatever if you can? Oh, sweet. I see Jeffrey sitting here, 2 thumbs up. So I am going to share my screen with you guys so that you don't have to look at, this super face on your big screen there. And yeah, like Scott said, there's this whole other side to life insurance, or to insurance just in general, that we're gonna hit the slideshow button like that. This whole other side, and some of you are utilizing it already, right? And that's awesome, and I love it. And if it's working well for you, that's wonderful. If it's not working well, if you guys set something up, hit me up, call me, or send me an email or whatever. I have a team behind me. I don't know everything, guys, not even close. but I have a team behind me that they know a lot more than I do. And so we can, expound on that. And if it's not working right, it's because somebody did something wrong. So my presentation today, we're gonna, it kind of plays into a lot of what Scott's been talking about today. I was sitting there this morning overhearing him, eavesdropping a little bit, and he was talking about how do we safely, securely, and guarantee that we are safe, safe and protected, and not just safe, that we're protecting our future, and all of those come into our core values in setting up our ourselves for success. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. So my presentation today is how to be the pioneer of your future generations, learning how to build, keep, and grow your financial freedom now. So let's see, how do we click it? There we go. We're going to talk. This is for you. It's for everybody. Whether you're utilizing, whether you're in alignment of what we're going to talk about, or whether you're just starting out, everybody, your biggest asset is time, right? Some of us have less time than others, but it's still time, and how we utilize our time and how we get our time in alignment makes an effect. It has an effect on our life. It has an effect on our children's lives. It has an effect on our spouse or our partner or whoever, right? Utilizing your time while you have it is the biggest step towards our freedom. And I'm not just talking financial freedom, I'm talking freedom, period. It's everything, it's all encompassing. So let's see, and we're going to drop that down like that. Anyone that's, looking to implement the best practices, anyone that, doesn't know where to start, everyone, this is who this presentation's for. Okay. So I'm going to tell you what we're going to talk about, right? We're going to talk about financial safety. We're going to talk about what me and some of my team like to call our wealth accelerator, which actually plays into really well the name of this whole summit, which is Wealth Accelerator. And then we're going to talk about retirement planning, right? Because time is real. And at some point we want to retire. Here's the truth. You can do more with help than you can ever do on your own. Fun fact, right? Right there at the bottom. You asking for help is your refusal to give up. That is a mindset that I have struggled with my entire life. I am not good at asking for help. Scott's one of my best friends, actually, and he can attest to this. And it doesn't come easily to me, but it's necessary. Holy smokes, it's necessary. And so utilizing the people around you in your day-to-day life, and also doing the education and reaching out to the people who are going to set you up for those successes that you want to have, right? I firmly, truly, completely believe that you, me, people in general can do anything you actually want, right? If you want it, you can achieve it. And if you don't achieve it, it's because you haven't put your mindset in a place where you can achieve it yet. But I truly, truly believe that. I mean, and there's going to be all of you are probably thinking, well, I couldn't be a professional basketball player. I couldn't do this. I can't do that. It's because you don't actually want it. Because if you did, you would have lived your life. You would have aligned your core values, which we've talked about a whole bunch, into getting what you want, right? So aligning what you want, aligning your core values, that puts you on that direction. And asking for help is you refusing to give up on what you want. So we're going to go, I'm just going to real quick, a little bit about me. I've got this cool little slide here. It's going to come in just a minute. I grew up in Utah, a very, very, very poor family. And I'm a dad. I have 4 children. They are the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. I don't say that lightly because I have an amazing life. Okay. I love life. I'm full of life. I love everything. But those kids are just so amazing. And they teach me every single day. I'm adventurous. That is kind of one of the core assets of who I am. Somebody comes up to me and says, hey, I want to go do this. Instantly, I'm, cool, let's go. I'm in. Let's do it. I'm so freaking excited about whatever that adventure is going to be. I have owned multiple businesses, from everything in the construction industry, residential and commercial, handyman, with employees. I've had and managed employees, to pawn shops. I'm in the insurance industry now, because there's the next bit. We'll get into that in a minute. One of the reasons why I'm in insurance and the things that I'm doing in insurance. And I love real estate. I've always loved real estate. And I have been blessed, to be part of and do on my own some, insurance, some real estate investing. Not a ton, but I'm still building in aligning my core values and doing it in a way that's going to get me to where I want to go. Because guess what? We are all different. And what we individually want is different. And so there's tools. You're all here, you're employing the tools that we've created, that Scott has worked years and years and years on, and worked with other people for years and years and years, building out these tools to help others get what they want, right? We're going to go back to, why does money mean anything to me? Okay. I grew up super poor, like crazy poor, not knowing when we were going to have food, shambles of houses. I'm one of 7 kids, and my dad has been an entrepreneur his entire life. And I say entrepreneur very liberally there. He was and is a terrible businessman. I love him to death, and he has come so far from where he was when I was a child, but not good, right? Not good. But that's changed me into the person that I am today, and it's led me into the businesses and the mindset that I have today, right? Everybody has a childhood. Everybody's childhood is a story, and it has led us into who we are today, and it has created this space for us to want something. And one of the things that my childhood did was it made me want money. And I've been good at making money, but I'm also really good at spending it. And so learning how to do things smart and safe and in a way that's going to allow me the space to be adventurous is really important to me. Here at my heart, I'm a dad. Here in my core, is my childhood. We're going to talk about death benefit. We're going to talk about the wealth accelerator, and we're going to talk about how it relates into retirement, and into real estate. That's what we're going to talk about today. Okay. I'm going to grab my phone here so I can see what time it is, so I don't go over, because, you know, I know that none of you want to listen to me talk that long. So, where is our time going? I apologize about that, everybody. Hopefully you can all still hear me. I'm on this Wi-Fi here. So, okay, we got to go back. Back. We're going to come in here. Oh, sorry.
See your screen.
Yes, I'm going to pull that up right now. Sorry about that, everybody. For some reason, Zoom just decided to die on me. Okay. Right there. So where's our time going? Okay. We decide where it goes. We decide where we spend it. Are we going to spend it working? Are we going to spend it dealing with issues? Or are we going to spend it doing the things that we love? We're always told, work hard, save your money, maybe you'll get lucky and get rich. Or, you know, if you work really hard and do the things that you're supposed to do, which nobody tells us what we're supposed to do, you're going to have some safety. We've laid it out. Scott's laid it out. And society has laid it out. The industries that exist have laid it out. There's ways to get lucky that come with guarantees. If you do A, you will get B. And you just have to want to get B. If you want to get B, you're going to do A, and you're going to get it. There are no gimmicks, right? Everything in life has a trade-off, which is one of the reasons why a lot of people stay away from life insurance. That they stay away from. Me personally, I don't dabble in stocks. There's too much volatility, and for me, the trade-off isn't worth it. This is why everything in the market exists, right? So I'm going to talk about myself here in the insurance industry. In the event of a true emergency, you say you have an emergency, there's nothing that I, as you know, the head of this insurance agency that we've built, there's nothing that me or anyone on my team or anyone can do to help you, except for offer advice and emotional support, right? We need to set up those processes prior, okay? Because time is real, and time that we have no clue what the future holds in a lot of things. So we're going to start at the beginning, right? Some of you are starting at the beginning. Some of you don't have a safety net yet. And when I talk about safety net, I mean, you're still living paycheck to paycheck, because a lot of us do that. It's significant portion of society still lives paycheck to paycheck. And if something happens to you and you can no longer provide that paycheck, what's going to happen, right? Time is not on our side in that case. It's better to do something today than to wait for tomorrow. And that's where, you know, the first leg of life insurance comes in, right? If you listen to Dave Ramsey, he talks about term. Don't buy anything else. All you need is term, okay? When you're at that stage in life, it's true. Don't buy anything else. Term is all you need, because you need to make sure that your family is protected. You can get a significant amount of benefit of insurance for a very little amount of money. Should something happen to you, a 40-year-old man who's in good health, non-smoker, can get $2 million worth of life insurance on a 10-year term for under $40 a month. That's cheap. That's $480 a year, right? That's cheap, less than $500 a year, and you can get $2 million worth of coverage. When you're in your 20s, it's even cheaper. But your likelihood of dying at 20, 30, 40 is very, very low. And so the insurance company is hedging their bet on that one. Less than 70%, or sorry, less than 30% of term life insurance contracts historically have paid out any death benefit. Okay. They almost, like 30% of the time, maybe they pay something out. That 30% includes living benefits, because if you're doing it right, you should be having a living benefit added to your term life policy. What that means is that if something happens to you when you're alive, you get a disability and get laid off from your job, you get cancer or have chronic heart problems or a plethora of other things, other illnesses, you can utilize, you can make a claim against your death benefit and they'll pay it out while you're still alive. Okay. This also comes in with long-term care, right? There's long-term care riders that are available. And Connie and I have had some conversations in the past about long-term care. Long-term care is a very, it's a very real thing, right? The cost of coming up to death is very, very expensive. And so there's two ways that you can pay for it. You can pay for it from what you've saved over your entire life, or you can pay for it with life insurance, right? And we actually build these policies now with long-term care riders built into them. It's cheaper, it's better, and it lasts. It's more intentional because it's a multi-use product. Long-term care all on its own has almost phased itself out of the industry. The second step, after, you know, we're at that barely making it money, but we've got a little bit extra, that's where we start our accelerator. Okay. Our accelerator, if you got $200 a month that you can add, that you can put into a savings account, guess what? Cash value life insurance is an awesome place to put it. And we're going to get into that in a minute, but it's $200 a month. If you can't put if you can't put at least $200 a month, let's keep you into a term policy, because it's going to be a better fit for you right now, because in the near future, you are going to level up because you're doing the things because you want to level up. Okay. So $200 a month, that's where we can start these cash value policies. When we start these cash value policies, guys, we are not buying death benefit. That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest issue that everyone on the internet and all of the education that you have that is out there available, and all of the people that talk negatively about whole life, permanent life insurance. That's Dave Ramsey's and Susie Orman's things, right? Don't buy permanent because it's overinflated in price and all these different things. Okay. They're right. They're very right. If you're buying death benefit with permanent life insurance, there's a very small percentage of people that makes sense for, right? And when I say very small percentage, I mean like 1% of 1%. That it makes sense to buy cash value, whole life, permanent life insurance. Cash value, permanent life insurance. Don't do it. If you want a permanent product, let's look at guaranteed universal life. It has no cash value. It's way, way cheaper, and it's geared towards that death benefit, right? So yeah, but we don't really have time to get into like a ton of specifics today. If you guys have questions. I'm not looking at the chat right now, but as you guys have questions, as things come up, this presentation is pretty short, so we're going to do a little bit of question and answers, but book some time with me, okay? I'm going to make you fill out a whole bunch of information, because me sitting there talking to you about different strategies and things is not time efficient, and time is something that's very, very important to me, because I like spending my time intentionally, okay? So cash value life insurance, we can start it at $200 a month, and we are not buying death benefit, right? That $200 a month is going to buy you less than, on average, it's going to buy you less than $10,000 worth of death benefit in the beginning, okay? That's what we're doing. If we were buying death benefit, that $200 a month would probably buy you, depending on your age, right? Because that's what it's about. But depending on your age, $200 a month is probably going to buy you somewhere around $500,000 of permanent life insurance. But we don't want that, because that's expensive and that's pointless in most cases. All right, moving on. Into building and growing, right? So we were at the beginning, starting that creation, planting that little seed. Now we're going to, now that we've planted that seed, it's grown a little bit. $200 a month over the course of 10 years is $20,000, right? You're going to have access to that full $20,000 still. $200 a month. Life insurance is very, very safe, guys. Very safe. And because it's very safe, it grows very slowly. But it does compound. And so it does grow. And it's very safe because it's guaranteed, right? It's guaranteed by law, full weight of the US government behind it, right? And it's backed up by these insurance companies. If you're using a good agent, please be using a good agent. If you're using a good agent, it is backed up by the fact that these companies are well in excess of 100 years old, right? They're not making plays that are dangerous. They're making plays that are safe. They're protecting their investment because they want to last. They want to pass that on. They want to utilize it now, pass it on, and continue to make that grow. Okay? 10 years, $200 a month. We're at 20, it's more than $20,000, but you know, it's right around that $20,000. Guess what? You have, and you've had access this whole time, but at 10 years, you've got $20,000 that you have access to. It's a little bit more than that, but you know, we're not getting into semantics. You can take that money from your life insurance policy and you can use it for other things. This is our accelerator, right? Using it in other things means that, guess what? My money's still growing. In this $20,000 is still growing in this life insurance policy, okay? We're also using it to grow over here, right? And so we get to use it and continue our growth, right? Is your money making money in more than one place? A lot of you, yes. Chris, our good friend Chris, borrows from his solo 401k, I believe. No, it's not his 401k. I don't remember.
No, just my general stock portfolio. I borrow on margin against it.
Borrows on margin against his portfolio, right? It's
non-retirement portfolio. Yeah.
Yeah. It's making money in two places at once. It's fantastic. Do it. It's so great, right? If there are guaranteed ways that you can make money in more than one place at once. Life insurance is one of them. Okay. We're building, right? How do you keep it? How do you keep your money? Are you planning for your retirement? What are you doing? Where's your money at in your retirement buckets? Okay. We have buckets for our retirement. We've got deferred tax savings. We've got some money sitting in our cash in our bank account. We've got some money sitting deferred savings like 401ks, 403bs, 457s. We're going to have to pay taxes on that at some point, right? Yeah, we can pass some of it on, but guess what? When you're 70 years old, you get to participate in what's called mandatory disbursements, mandatory minimum disbursements. And guess what? If you have more than $500,000 in your, it's around $500,000. It's probably closer to 600,000. But if you have more than that in your deferred buckets, you're going to owe taxes on it, which is fine. That's totally fine. But when you pay taxes on that, that cuts away your Social Security. It cuts away your Medicare, and it cuts away at FAFSA. How many of you have kids, right? If you make too much money every year because of your disbursements, that means that your kids are eligible for less free money. It's free. I mean, it's not really, because we live in the US and they tax us. But if they're going to give you money because on my tax form it says I make, this much, why not take it? Okay, they're giving it to you. Why not take it? If you do the planning while you have time, you can do that. Okay. What are your taxes? What are your taxes going to be when you retire? Is it better to pay your taxes now or later? What are taxes going to be in the future? We don't know, but I do know that in 2026, our taxes are getting raised, because right now we're on a tax sale. I can't remember which president did it, but he lowered all of our taxes and increased our tax brackets, right? And in 2026, if Congress does absolutely nothing, which they're really good at, our taxes go up. And the levels, my mind's blank right now, but the levels of our taxable income change. So is it better to pay now or later? I don't know. For me, I'd rather pay it now on some things, right? But for some of you, it's different, right? That's up to you to decide what you want. Okay. There are ways to mitigate our taxes now and later, right? So don't think that you're forced into any bucket. Do the work to make the plan so that you can have the time.
It's a great question, Aaron. And it's like, whether or not taxes will be higher or lower, and will we be in a higher or lower tax bracket when we retire? Because commonly the financial industry says that you'll be in a lower financial, tax bracket when you retire. And that's just not the truth for a lot of people here. And it's also not something that you could control. I feel that the tax rates will definitely be higher. What I can control is, doing Roth rather than traditional right now, so I don't have to worry about that. Also, everybody who's got all their money in traditional, look at your account and just assume that there's 35+% of it is not yours. It's on hold for the government when you want to pull it out.
That's right.
And it's taxed at ordinary income. It's expensive.
That's
or
exactly
it is to your heirs, and you're leaving them a huge tax.
And you're leaving them a huge tax bill. And to that, oh shoot, I've totally forgot. It clearly doesn't matter.
All the time.
We'll get to it later. Okay, so then we step into the next piece, right? We've built it. We're going to keep it. How are we going to pass it on? How much do you want to pass on? Do you want to, like Chris said, do you want to pass on that 35% haircut? Do you want to pass on, less of a haircut? Because you have time right now. What are you going to do? How do you want to pass it on? Did you know that it's less than 80% of children want their parents' assets? Less than 80% of children want their parents' homes. They would way rather have the money. That's a reality, right? And as real estate investors, I hope that we are educating our children as to, what the benefits are and can be of real estate investing, because real estate investing is really cool and it does a lot of cool things. But how do you want to pass that money on? Knowing that there's a good chance that your kids don't want it. Okay. Have you had that conversation with your kids? Right. And then what are your heirs going to do with your inheritance? Because while we have the time, we can set up the systems to control that, to make sure that not only are our kids going to get their money, but our grandkids and our great grandkids, and on and on and on and on and on and on. We just have to use the time, use our brain, and do what we want. Okay. Oh, yeah. So then we ask that final question. How do you want to use your time? That's it. That's all I got today, guys. I can answer a whole bunch of questions. I can do all the things. You know, we've still got about 20 minutes. So if you guys do have questions, please feel free to, you know, ask them. In the chat, I see Andy asked a question, buy term, invest the difference. That is what that is what is talked about a lot, right?
That was not a question. That's what Ramsey said.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what Dave Ramsey says. I'm pretty sure Susie Norman says it too.
Yes.
It's a very popular phrase, buy term, invest the rest, because term is super cheap. And yes, you can definitely, if you want to, if you do the work, you can definitely make more money faster on your own. There's no question. It's all on what do you want to do, right? So everybody's different. Everybody's in a different position, and it's all based on where you are, where you want to go, and how you want to get there. What percentage of base structure versus paid up addition do you usually structure? Jeff, that is a very good question, and I love it. And it's way too hard to answer because everybody's going to be different. And as much as I like, as much as it's like, that's crap, there's no way that that's true. It is. I have a gentleman that I did a policy for in the last 3 months that we used 0 paid up additions. And one of the reasons why we mitigate the paid up additions is because they participate in the policy differently. Paid up additions don't, they have a little bit different of, and when I say they participate differently, what I'm meaning is that the way that they increase their value is different than money that's paid in as premium. And for those of you that don't know what paid up additions are, they're money that you can put into your whole life insurance policy, which is one of the very, when you're looking at cash value life insurance, there's 3 options. Basically, there's whole life, there's indexed universal life, and there's variable universal life. In 99.9% of cases, variable universal life is not for you, and you should not use it. In a way, it's like long-term care and has priced its way out of the industry in a sense. It's also extremely volatile. And so unless you are going to be very, very active in how your policy operates, it's a bad choice. Okay. Whole life, which is the first one we talked about, is your most conservative, safest structure. The growth that is realized by the policies are based on how the insurance company does financially. Okay. Which is one of the reasons why we really like mutual companies, things like Mass Mutual, Mutual of Omaha, Guardian, Lafayette. They're mutual companies, and so their dividends are better and they have better historical performance, right? So that's your whole life. And then you've got Index Universal Life. Don't mean to flip you all off. Index Universal Life is kind of your middle ground of that risk scale when it comes to life insurance. Index Universal Life participates in index funds, right? So you as the client get to choose which index fund your policy operates with. And you can change it as you grow and as you progress and as time changes. Index funds are things like the S&P 500. That's an index fund. Fidelity is an index fund. BlackRock has an index fund. There's like 10 of them. And you also, not only do you get to choose which one you participate in, but you get to choose how much of the money inside of your policy participates in those indexes. And you can choose whether you want it to be capped or uncapped in a lot of cases. And we can get into that if that is something that wants to be done. But those are your three basic things when it comes to your cash value life insurance. When I do, let's see, Andy, Mass 9010 has been working marvelous for me. I love that. I love that.
I assume that my question was detailed in that, whether you have direct or indirect recognition and all that kind of stuff too. So
yeah, it's really really hard to answer that question, to be entirely honest, because it also depends on when your policy gets written, right? Because these companies, they change their literally every month. They change their participation structures and their returns and their dividends, and they change so many different things inside of the policy literally every month that you have to, yeah. So it's a case-by-case basis. And what I can say, and what I will say, what I recommend all of you do is get a second opinion, right? Take what you've got, take what you want to do, go talk to somebody about it, work with somebody work with an agent, because you can't get cash value life insurance on your own. Work with an agent because you need that help, because that's what they do. But inside of the industry, there are people who will sell you a policy. They'll sell you a cash value life insurance policy, and they'll talk you into, because they're really good salesmen, they'll talk you into setting up your policy the wrong way, partially because they don't know better, and also partially because people are dirtbags. When you set up your, yeah, thanks for that giggle, Scott. When you set up your policy wrong for investors, when you set up your cash value policy wrong for investors, I get paid more as an agent. So if I set up a life insurance policy for you that we set it up traditionally, I get my commission, the money that I get paid for helping you do the thing, is more than if I set it up in a way that's going to be best suited to you, specifically investors, specifically people that are building. There's a really common term flying around the internet over the last few years: infinite banking, be your own bank. People that are wanting to set up those kind of structures, they're very, very different than traditional life insurance. And so you need to work with an agent who knows and understands them and is willing to set them up properly, because if they're not set up properly, they're gonna blow up and it's gonna be crap. It's gonna be absolute crap. You're gonna be mad about it. The agent's not gonna care because he got paid a lot more money to set it up than had he set it up the way that you would actually want. So you need to work with somebody who's going to do that for you. And I'm trying to think, that's,
Aaron,
yeah,
I got a quick question for you.
of course.
You keep
Thank you,
talking
Scott.
about like an agent, like who? Like where are they supposed to find this like magic agent
You're
that
not.
they can to trust to be able to say like, well, that person isn't gonna like put me into something that's not really gonna be work about some complicated ass like
Call me.
PUA structure.
Call me. Send me an email. Yeah, you can. Okay, fine.
Talk to Aaron.
It's myself. Guys, I will set up these policies for you like this. I will set them up right. Me and my team, we do that. This is what we do. Okay.
All right, there we go, Betty. Can we
Here's
all
the-
like support? Can we all
I don't
support
wanna-
Aaron here in a little bit
Listen,
and having a
people.
little bit more confidence about saying like I can actually help you with
Guys,
this,
I can help you.
video?
I can help you. I can be your second call. I don't
Listen,
care. You have
we've
a
been-
you have a cousin. Everyone has a brother, a sister, or a cousin that sells life insurance, right? Call them first. I don't care. But call me second. Let me help you.
Yeah.
Let
So
me
the-
help you
I-
help
I
them.
wanna-
I'll
I
even
wanna
come
show-
in.
I want to just share something with everybody real quick to just kind of frame this up a little bit, right? So the point of Royal Legal Solutions, right, is to be able to help people accomplish all of the financial goals, take the risks off the table so they can enjoy life as most as they can, right? Part of that here is what's going on with like insurance. Insurance takes off risks and helps us protect our families. That's the purpose of life insurance in particular, is to be able to guarantee a particular type of financial stability to be able to provide for our families in the way that something happens like to us. Then of that, then we say, is there a right way or best way for us to structure this as investors so that we can get all of the protection for our families that we want while being able to accomplish the three major financial things that we talked about with Pete, right? And that we've talked about before. It's your cash flow, your net worth, and your total tax liability. And that all of the questions that we have about what should I do here should all drive towards the answer to those, at least those three financial KPIs, your total tax liability, your cash flow, and your net worth, and look at like how stable is my life, right? That's a wild card fourth, which is how stable is it? And that's what life insurance is. It's stability and protection for your family. Asset protection is the stability and protection from the lawsuits. Taxes is actually protection from the government coming in and taking your stuff, right? The investor club that we're looking at is how do you get and inside of investment deals that perform the way you need them to help you have stability in your life while accomplishing the net worth and cash flow goals and getting your tax liability in the same, right? It all drives to very simplistic numbers, right? And a very simplistic methodology. Now, the way in which we get there requires levels of sophistication. And the way that I built this team is to say, the way that we win is to be of service. The way that we're going to be of service is to be able to get into what people's situations are, to have the conversations with them and equip them with the frameworks for how to think through the decisions. So we can help guide them through the decision-making process. Because then we're not having to sell. We're just having to be really good at what we're doing and educating others about here's the best possible thinking that we know about how to look at this, both like in one kind of area, like how insurance, and then how does it blow up to the bigger picture, which is the bigger picture from insurance is our financials and investing, right? Our cash flow, net worth, total tax liability. What's the bigger picture than that? It's how do we actually live? What's the meta point behind all of the money and all of the wealth? So I hope you guys are like starting to pick up on this trend that it's the micro to the macro, and how do we flex our level of consciousness between these different areas of life, and how the team and how the courses that we have inside of the vault are being, I'm designing them so that way at whatever level you're at, you can either flex to the high and then flex to the micro, right? And then come back up to the high and take another look. Okay, great. What needs to happen next? Okay, great. Now I need to go in this little area. but there's a system and a process and team members of saying, here's the best way we know how to think through this little area. And then great, cool, we solved that problem. Now let's go back out again, right? So inside of that, what we have is I'd encourage everybody to sit down with the team members, sit down with me, sit down with Pete, sit down with Aaron, start the conversations, right? Make sure that you're using at least as good of the knowledge that we have. And if you have some better knowledge about how things work than we do, well, then holy smokes, do I want you to come in there and teach us? What are the things you know so that we can help teach everybody else that we have access to? Because we don't claim to be perfect and we don't claim to know everything. What we claim is to always be evolving to the best thinking that we know, right? And that's what I invite all of you to participate in inside of our community at whatever level that you come into. And if you have an existing insurance policy, I recommend that you talk to Aaron about it, right? Schedule a time, talk to Aaron about it, see what you're doing, get the second set of eyes on it, because it's one of those areas, as you guys can tell, who the frick actually understands all of this stuff. It is so complicated. What are all of like the different buzzwords and all of the different things that come in? You have to be in it like every single day to be able to really understand what's going on. I get it on the meta analysis, and then I just go to Aaron and be like, all right, Aaron, what do I need to buy? Right? These are my goals. What do I need to buy? What's going to get me to like these things? And he said, well, you actually need to know about this and this thing and this thing. He'll ask me some questions about it. I'll say, okay, well, this is what I think about this. What do I think about this? And he's like, all right, cool. This is what you need to buy. And I say, great. Let's go ahead and buy that. Because it's too much, you know, to try to like hold it all in all the time. I could obsess just about insurance, right? But this is why it's great to have experts, right? Because you have experts, they don't charge you anything to go and just sit down and have a conversation with them. So you can figure out, am I actually using all the best thinking here? Did the people that helped me before really help me save the most money on taxes, really set up my structures correctly, really help me get my insurance right? They're really looking out for me about what's really best for my investing. And you get that touch point. And that's why I create this community for me and for all of us, and have great people like Aaron in here to help facilitate the level of quality of the community, and invite amazing people like yourselves to join in. So that way we can always be evolving here together. So thanks for a couple of minutes of time here. Any last comments or anything, Aaron, before to wrap up the insurance conversation?
I just have a
Alex has
quick
got something
question.
real quick.
Yeah, quick question on the business commercial insurance, Aaron. Do you also do that, like professional liability, general liability, Keyman insurance, that type of insurance?
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Okay, so personal liability, professional liability, all those commercial, you know, we do, you know, if you've got employees, you have to have workers' comp and all of that kind of stuff.
Comp insurance,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
Cool.
we definitely do that. And then on the financial side with your key man and buy-sell agreements, as far as like setting up partnerships and facilitating how the transition of you moving out of those partnerships is going to work. We work in that, yeah, we do. We're working on we're working on health insurance right now, bringing health in as well. Currently, I have a couple of contacts that if you're looking for health insurance, I can send you to. And they're really, really great. And I might actually just leave it that way because they know it, they understand it, and they do it. And it's what they do, right? And so utilizing somebody that is the professional, that is the expert in that field, because guys, insurance is this behemoth, right? There's so much in there that I can't do it all. No one can do it all. And somebody that tells you that they can is a liar, right? They're getting help from if they're going to do it, they're either going to, and they're going to do it right, then they're going to get some help from somewhere, right? Just like Scott said, we've created this community of experts because we can't do it all ourselves. So.
Yeah, we're like that. We try to be experts in everything we can, and then what we really focus in on as our priority is how to identify the issues and then know who to talk to. That's inside of the network, right? And so I think that's the game actually everybody is playing that's doing it smart, as that says, like, you either only can do one thing, right, really, really well, or you can do like one thing really, really well and then know how to identify what are all the other problems that can come up and then know who to talk to. And that's when you have a network leveraged effect, right? And so typically in my businesses and in businesses that I look to do business with, that's actually what I'm looking for. I'm really looking for is the principle of whoever I'm following here, right? Do they have the life that I'm looking to have, right? And have they walked the path that I'm looking to walk? Have they actually done it? Because if they've done it for themselves, then likely they're going to be able to help me do it. And then for bonus points, do they themselves have the network of who are all of the other people? Because nobody does this life alone, right? They are surrounded by the people that helps them be great. And then do I have access to all of those people? And to what depth do I have access to those people? Because what does that do? That means I don't have to, one, figure out how to freaking walk the path on my own, because that's where you get all the bruised knees. And you get all like the twisted ankles and the bruised knees is when you're having to figure out how to walk it, right? So if you know how to like be able to shortcut that and you get the map of where I'm supposed to go to, that shortcuts at the ease to be able to get to where you want to go. And then two, we also know, like we all know, is like your network is your net worth, right? Well, we understand this concept as it applies to money. It also applies to your effectiveness and being able to be a service operator. It applies to your ability to do everything. We are the sum total of what are all the lessons I've been able to learn in life and who are the smartest people and the best people I can surround myself with. And so my life is actually accumulating as many of these kinds of people in my life, that they have whatever it is that I want in life, and they have awesome networks that they will allow me to tap into to be able to get to where I want to go. And here during this summit, that's what I'm offering, right? That's why the reason I've created this space as a space for people to say like, hey, do you have what I want? Or do you want whatever it is you think I have, right? And then I can share with you a lot about what that is, so you can see what is that about, right? At whatever level I've been able to attain that, and whatever level you think that I can be of service to you. And then also let me show you like the network of people that helped me get here, and what are the extended networks that these people have, that each of them have, because I help them develop their own networks. I help Aaron develop his insurance network and other networks. Because that's what makes Aaron stronger, because I need Aaron to be strong, because Aaron makes me strong. And because I'm strong, then I can show up strong for you, all you people that are here, our community. And I think that's actually what good leadership really is at the end of the day. And that's what we deserve, to try to hold ourselves to a standard of being good leaders for our businesses, our communities, our families. And it takes a lot of hard work and intentionality. It's possible. Everybody can do it. So please reach out to Aaron. He has his email address there at the very bottom. It's aaron@royallegalsolutions.com to talk and to review whatever your existing policies are, whatever your existing situation is. Just make sure that stuff is done right. If there's nothing to be done there, I can guarantee you Aaron's not going to recommend that you change anything. But if there's some extra benefits there that merit the work, to be able to change things, then you guys will be able to talk about that. About like, is the juice worth the squeeze on being able to make any changes? But as you can tell here, Aaron's not a salesman, right? He's a guy that really wants to help you though, and figuring out what it is.
There's going to be one caveat to that though. You can send me your stuff and you can ask me what I would do with it. I'm going to ask you like 400 questions, or I'm going to make you fill out this big ass form that's going to have all of those questions in it, so that I can actually advise you on something. Because you sending me a policy with no information, no like, where do I want to go? I can't, there's nothing I can do for you. So, but you've got to be willing and open to have that conversation with me. So
perfect. Well, thank you guys so much here. We're going to talk about estate planning. What I'd like to do is just offer us all like a 5-minute bio break, to be able to take care of things, stretch your legs, hit the restroom, grab a cookie, whatever it feels that you need to do here, just for about 5 minutes. And then I will be kicking us off here with talking about estate planning. So thank you guys so much. And we'll be right back in 5. All right, everyone, coming back in. If you like to pop back on cameras as you feel it feels right for you, just go ahead and start back on transitioning back in. Do some breathing here. Take a big deep breath in. Hold it. Exhale. Hold. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Hold. In. Out. In. Out. In. Out. In. Out. In. Get those last few steps of breath in. So your lungs just feel totally full, and then hold it. Feel the tension. Sit with that. And then exhale, let it all go, relax. Hold at the bottom. Feel the peace. And just resume normal conscious breathing. All right. Who's ready to talk about some estate planning? Kick back on your cameras. If you feel open to it, it helps me to be able to see whether what I'm sharing is landing or not. Seeing your happy, shining, beautiful faces. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone. Estate planning. Man, just like life insurance, like estate planning is really about family, huh? It's like thinking about our families. What's more important to that? That's everything, isn't it? I'm thinking back to my family as we were breathing. I know, you're supposed to like try to like blank out the mind while you're doing these breathing exercises, but sometimes like stuff just like kicks in. And I watched it and I brought a smile on my face. I was sitting here and I was just breathing. And it was the last Christmas. I was there with my family up in Farmington Hills. It's where my sister lives. And my sister, she's incredible. She started a nonprofit called Brain Friendly Reading, and then her and my mom like developed this over the course of, I guess, 20 years of being dyslexia therapists, and just they've developed like their own system for like how to help more kids to remediate their dyslexia faster. And in fact, they're so good. Their system is so good that when they went into schools initially, they kind of like got snuck into the classrooms by principals, and they could only get into these like really poor, underserved Black schools because they were the only ones that were crazy enough to be like, we'll take any help from anybody that can help these kids learn how to breathe, or not breathe, but learn how to read, because they just needed the help. And you come to find out when you look at like who actually ends up in prison, if you can't read, you end up in prison. That's where you end up in life. And so for them, it was about like, hey, we can do this thing called helping kids learn how to read, these dyslexic kids, and we can help them now so they don't end up in prison later. And that's what they do. They're company Brain Friendly Reading. It's all about that. And she's really been struggling for years now, you know, struggling for years on building that, because it's, you know, it's her first business, managing people and programs and running live events and trying to train all these teachers and working with schools and the whole thing. And so I've been trying to help coach her like over the years, like as best I could, from my own business experience and building Royal Legal Solutions and what's it like to be CEO and all the skill sets that goes into that. And my sister was one of the people that actually like took care of me as a kid, you know, because as I shared with you guys like a little bit this morning, you know, life for me as a kid was pretty crazy, right? And so it's meant a lot for me in these last years to be able to give back to her and to be able to show up for her like in that way. And it got me thinking, you know, about this idea about taking care of our families with the life insurance. And now we're going to be talking about estate planning, which is how we make sure all of the assets get passed to them in the right way. So that way all the assets that we have is organized correctly and passes to them correctly. So that way that it's there to do what we want it to be, right? We're not making all this stuff for us, are we really? Are we really making it to help take care of our family? Isn't that what really is true at the end of the day, right? So yeah, we have to focus on all of these things while we're here, but we also have to make sure that they're going to pass correctly. And our estate planning is about that. It's about caring for them, you know? And it's about caring for them on that financial side. And, but we also have been talking about here today about how the financial side is really only half the coin, isn't it? Right? Are you a dad? Are you a dad that's just a wallet? No, you're the dad. You're the mom. You're the uncle. Like what you offer to people is so much deeper about who you are and how you impact their life than just the wealth, right? And sure, like with the life insurance and with the estate planning, you're going to do a great job about making sure all of that wealth is organized and passes appropriately. But there's also like another level to it, like we've been working on here today, which is maybe that stuff can be structured in such a way that it helps empower them to live better lives, right? Maybe there's things that I can include inside of my planning around wealth that ties like incentives or ties like areas of focus into things that I think will help them live better lives. Like if they go to college or if they start a business, you know, they take some risks in life. I can provide provisions in there that will allow additional support for them to be able to live a more expansive and better life. And the ways that I know that are there, right? So it's incentives, it's support. You can build those inside of your estate plan. It's also no limit to what you can include in your estate plan. You can include entire sections in there that are about guidance. But what have you learned in life? And what's that in there? Like what actually helps life be like happy and successful? It'll also be part of your estate plan. Your estate plan can be just a mechanism to pass wealth. It can also be a light steering wheel. You're not trying to be overly controlling, but it's like a light steering wheel to help provide guidance when you're gone. And you're able to do that. But you can also start doing that now. And that's what made me chuckle. When I was sitting there thinking about the estate plan and life insurance, I was like, man, all that stuff anybody only cares about that stuff once I'm dead. But what about right now? Like, what am I doing right now? And I thought about my sister because it was this last year around Christmas time. And I was there for Christmas. And during that time period, I was probably meditating for about 3 hours a day. I was meditating super deep, multiple hour-long sessions, sometimes multi-hour-long sessions. I was really working through like a bunch of my stuff, you know? Everybody's like, oh, you're meditating a lot, you know? You don't meditate a lot because everything is going great. You're meditating a lot because that's the tool to help you work on your shit. You know, it's one of the tools. There's a lot of tools to use. That's one of them, right? It helps you get back to that place, right? And I had really asked a lot of life and I was really working on a lot of my stuff. But when I went up to, and when I went up there to go spend time with them over the holidays, I was a totally different kind of Scott, because I was so deep and so centered and so peaceful and so clear. As I was there, I was able just to show up in this place of just being able to be like loving and accepting of them, whatever was coming up like in life. And or like around the holidays. I don't know if you guys have crazy holidays, but like in my family, there's tension and there's things of like people pulling stuff from the past and all this stuff, right? But because I was solid inside of my practice, what it allowed me to do is just to be able to kind of like navigate my way through that while staying present and centered, right? These are some things that I'll be able to show you or be able to share with you even more deeply about inside of some of the monthly coaching that we have with the available that I'll be participating, as well as some of the stuff in Royal Life, if you're interested in what some of those tools are and some of those practices and how to employ those. But there became a time over the holiday where eventually everybody's like, I think came to a place they were like, Scott, we all feel crazy. And we look at you and you just seem like you're having a great time. Just calm, peaceful, watching, observing, interacting with people, but you just seem full of joy and happiness when the rest of us feel like we're crazy and fighting with each other. How the heck are you doing that? And I was like, well, let me show you. Let me guide you guys through the meditation. Well, all the meditation was basically a breathing exercise. Exactly what we did. And my sister sat there with the kids, and the kids were like, no, we don't want to do it. And my sister said, I'll tell you what, I'll pay you $100 if you'll do 10 minutes of this, with Uncle Scott leading it. So all the kids were like, for $100? Oh my God, I'll do that for sure. So I got them all together, like they're in the living room. And so I started to lead them through the breathing, just like I have been with you guys during each of these times here today. And I had my watch there. And so we start, and then, pretty soon, like 10 minutes like comes up, and I'm watching them 10 minutes, and it might be the stuff that you guys felt today. You might have been able to come into a place today where while you're doing your breathing, you automatically felt very still. You felt calm. You felt kind of just like your body felt like maybe a little heavier. Now things kind of slowed down for you for a minute. Well, I was sitting there watching them, all these kids and all these adults, and they're all sitting there, and 10 minutes in it, they're like deep into like peace. And I was like, well, I'm just going to keep going, So half an hour comes up, and by half an hour, I was like, okay, all right, I better bring everybody back. Better bring everybody back to reality real quick. So I brought everybody back to reality. And the first thing out of the kid's mouth, you never believe what it was. Anybody know what it was? That was the fastest 10 minutes that's ever happened. And I was like, no, that was a half hour. He was like, no way. I'm like, yeah. And I was like, look, man, when you're stressed out at school, you're worried about people bullying you. You're worrying about the test. You're worrying about the sports game. You're worried about whether that girl likes you or whatever. Look, you got a home base. You got a home base that feels like this. You don't have to feel crazy. You can make choices about how you want to feel. And it was in that moment that I realized that everything switched. Because in that moment, I wasn't Uncle Scott that loved to play board games. Or I wasn't Uncle Scott that bought him Nintendo Switches and gave him money for their school trips and their college funds and like all of that stuff. Right? In that moment, everything changed. Because in that moment, who I became was a person that was of service to helping them live better lives and show them new things about here's a different way we can approach living and what you're capable of. I'm going to help guide you through an experience of that so you can see what that's like. And what I offer to everybody here is that is actually what everyone here is doing with our families and the people in our lives. We are constantly learning to be able to be the best version of ourselves that we possibly can be. And then we're trying to show up in a way to be able to be of service, to help those people that we love and care about shortcut their way through the lessons that we had to learn the hard way. Yeah. And we're all just doing that all the time. But it didn't click for me that that's actually what was happening. And that's actually what felt best to me as a person until I was able to have that experience with my family this last Christmas. And to be able to see, like, holy smokes, there's a few fundamental things that when we get those fundamental things right, nothing actually changes except for the fact that everything changes. Nothing in their life changed. Matthew was still going to go play football. Those kids were still going to bully him. Grace was still going to be stressed out about that test because she's still going to have tests, right? None of that stuff was going to change. But everything changed because at that moment they realized that they actually could control how they felt about it. And they had a different way about being able to approach what were those things are going to be in life. And that's powerful, right? And that's where I think we come into what my intentions are about being able to create, this group as an extension of that experience for me, because for me, that's the coolest thing in the world. To be able to live that for myself and help other people live in that place. I've had that experience with my family, and they tease me about it now. You know what they say? They say that they'll get into arguments that are there at the house. My sister calls me up. She tells me about it. She says, we'll get up here at arguments about, it's like, oh, should we do this or that? And they'll be like, oh my God, things are feeling so crazy. And then all of a sudden somebody will say, like, well, what would Uncle Scott say? They say, he'd probably just say, breathe. He's like, yeah, you're probably right. That's probably what I would say. Breathe, relax. Yeah. And do it. It cracks me up, man. So now I'm like a running joke in this family. And I'm like, oh my God, this is the legacy. It's like, isn't that what we want? I'm gone, right? They live in Michigan. I live everywhere else in the world, going exploring. When I'm gone out of Michigan, it's just like I died. All intents and purposes, I no longer exist. I am no longer a part of their present reality of them interacting with me. I'm merely a thought and a memory and the collection of the experiences they had with me. And look, there's a legacy there. Just like I had actually died and didn't exist in this plane at all. And I'm still a part of their life experience. I'm still just as much alive as if I was in that room because of how I showed up in their lives. And I think this is what we're all capable of being able to have and to be able to explore is, what is our legacy? What are we leaving behind? Because it's more than just our wallets, right? It's about these other things. What's the deepest way in which I can be of service of helping the people I love live the best lives they can possibly live? And the way I'm going to do that is to make sure that I'm living the best life I can possibly live so I can learn the most to be able to help them live the best lives they can possibly live and set things up with the right systems, processes, and support allow that to happen. And this is what estate planning is actually all about. It's not about a bunch of documents. It's about legacy. And legacy is more than just your money. Legacy is how you show up. And we've been talking a lot about that today, haven't we? That's like, this is about way more than just some legal and tax stuff, right? Or can be. It can just be that, right? It can just be that. And that's fine if that's where you're at, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right? And nobody's going to force you to do anything that you don't want to do, right? That's the last thing that we would ever do. It's like, right? It's make you feel weird and be like, well, I don't know about doing all that, I don't know about all this breathing stuff. But it can be that big, right? It can be thinking this deep and wanting to live at this level of like, well, hey, what is my real impact, right? So we would be remiss if all we did was talk about theory and concepts and didn't actually dive into a little bit of some of the technical execution. Because remember what, guys, I promised you that I think as deeply as I possibly can about like how all of the puzzle pieces fit together and how all the theory works. And that the thing that matters is how theory X gets driven into action to change things in the real world. right? That's what I promise you. I will always be about that until the day I die. Will always be about those two things happening, right? So now that we understand the theory of like the impact and the legacy, the ways in which that we can have impact and legacy goes beyond just what are the assets we leave people, what are the instructions we have there, but also it's how we show up in our lives to be able to impact them in a way that we can actually see what are the impacts while we're even still alive. We can start to see what our legacy is, because every time we leave the room, what remains inside of them is actually our legacy. It's that part that still lives inside of their minds and inside of their hearts. Yeah. So we can actually test this. Isn't that great? Don't you guys love testing stuff? I wonder how much impact I have. How much of me is still alive in this person's mind and heart whenever I'm not there, right? I can actually see where my legacy is from that alone. Beautiful, right? So like everything, don't you want to have a KPI, or am I the only nerd here that likes being able to measure things and be able to see results? Yeah. And then there's also like this technical execution side of what do we need to do with our estate planning? So maybe we should start the conversation about like how wrong it can really go, right? Because then that'll help you see like, here's what most people are doing. Most people, they actually just assume that they're not going to die. They don't want to think about it. Most people don't have estate plans at all. They operate in this world that you would say, like, how do you use it that you think you're not going to die? Are you the only one that's ever not died in this life? You know, what are you thinking? Right? You're going to be the one. You and Jesus. That's what we got. All right. Cool. All right. So we all know it's like, okay, great. Well, there's probably some other stuff. Like they're afraid to even look at the concept, right? Of me not being here anymore. There's really nothing to be afraid of. How could you have life without death? Maybe they're not even different at all. Maybe there's an extension, one of the other. But most people don't plan to say, well, what's going to happen? Right? What will be my legacy when I go? And because they don't have a plan, then what happens is that all of the assets get pushed into a court process called probate, where everything gets exposed onto the public record, and the state, the government, actually makes all of the decisions of who gets what. And all those decisions gets made, and you actually don't get to control any of that. So who's going to make a better decision about what's right for your family? Is that going to be you, or is that going to be the government? You're probably in a better decision to make a decision about what's going to happen with the wealth and with the legacy. So what's one step above that? Well, then some people say, well, I got a will. My will actually give me the control of who gets going to get what. So yeah, it's good, but it only gets you part of the way there. Because a will is going to give you the control of who's going to get what, but it still all has to go through the court process, which means it still all gets exposed to who gets what, right? How much they're going to get. Right. And they're going to get it all right now. So you don't get to control anything about when they're going to get it. Right. And a lot of circumstances, depending on how you structure the will, but more or less, you know, but at the end of the day, like, isn't that kind of weird that it's part of the public record about who got how much? And also, couldn't it expose somebody to a little bit of liability? It says, well, like maybe like if the whole world knows that so-and-so got like a big old chunk of money, that's probably not such a great idea. Right. Probably don't like that. That probably feels a little weird, a little icky, right? And then what happens like when other people find out there's a bunch of money here, like as part of an estate? Well, then now all of a sudden this is like where people start lawsuits and stuff start flying around, right? Because now it's all part of the public record and it's all part of inside of this court process. Now all the assets can get called like caught up in probate for years sometimes. So you could have thought that you are accumulating all of these assets and all this wealth to be able to take care of your family, and then it gets caught up in a court process. And that they don't actually get to control any of the assets. And then like, holy smokes, well, who's going to pay the rent and who's going to pay the insurance and who's going to take care of all of this stuff? Like, while it's all caught up in a court process, it turns into like a big hassle, but you can avoid all of that and you can create privacy. And the way you do that is with a living trust. So you use a living trust, and what a trust structure does is totally changeable throughout your entire life. But ultimately, all of your asset protection companies, all of your assets, all your businesses, everything ultimately is owned through certain corporate structures for protection and anonymity standpoints. And that all points to a single living trust. And what the single living trust does, that you can change at any time, you can change as much as you want, and it's really cheap and easy to do that, is it allows you to be able to bypass the entire court process and allows your family to be able to immediately access and control all of the assets, and gives you infinite control and flexibility of how do you want those assets to go, right? So that's great, because we want things to stay anonymous, because we want to, have that privacy. And then we also want the family to be able to control the assets, because that was the point of the assets. The point of the assets was to take care of us while we were here, and then take care of the family when we're gone. Yeah. And we also may decide that we're really interested in being able to craft this living trust in a way that helps create like a steering wheel of helping our family live better lives, right? By creating certain incentives or creating additional support for them to pay for a wedding or starting a business, or, whatever the case may be, right? And then if we're really smart, what we can do is buy life insurance, because life insurance allows us to do this thing that says, if I'm living my life, I can actually pay and talk to people about what they should be doing. But if I die, I can have a living trust that says, here are all the things that I'm going to pay for and my guidance around what these things should be. And I have all of this money that got kicked off from a life insurance policy that actually funds all of these things happening. So either I'm alive and I can talk to you about that with you and help you make that happen, or I'm dead and here's the written guidance and the life insurance policy provided all the capital for it. So one way or another, I ensure that I've had the best possible impact of a legacy that I can possibly have, because I'm going to show up in life the best I possibly can by doing things the right way, being introspective, and maybe joining like the Royal Life group that we have here to be able to increase my mindset and intentionality. So I can show up in life the best I can for myself and for my family. And then even if I'm dead, that I've still done everything that can be done to help guide these people to the best lessons I've been able to learn, have the funding in there to be able to help support them, and the guidance that's in that, right? All those things are possible as part of your estate plan. So that's how all of the assets ends up passing. And that's what's possible for you there to be able to structure out at that level. Now, you can always do things that are much more simple. Nothing wrong with more simple, right? And in fact, if you feel overwhelmed about what you want to do, then just do the more simple thing, because you can always increase the level of complexity at any time, right? What's most important is that you at least have the simple things done, right? That you have all of the major bases like covered off on, whether it's in the asset protection, the tax, the insurance, the estate planning, just at least have the basics. The basics are very accomplishable. You're talking about a few weeks to be able to have that up. So the next part, the piece that happens that you need to consider with estate planning, is what happens if I'm hurt, but I'm not dead. Remember, like the living trust, that only applies if you died. What happens if I get into like a bad ski accident or something, right? Or I get hurt horseback riding, or I got into a bad car accident or something like that. Then what happens? Well, two things are like really important then, right? We have to make financial decisions of like who can touch what money and for under what purposes, and then who can make medical decisions. And these are where powers of attorney come into place: healthcare power of attorney and durable power of attorney. And you can create whatever rules you want to around that, whatever level of flexibility or freedom or power you want to give to somebody else. But those areas come into place that says, like, I got hurt, I can't make decisions. I need somebody potentially to make healthcare decisions for me. I need people to manage my basic finance stuff, like keep paying my mortgage for me, right? Keep paying my insurance for me. And you have access to like these bank accounts like for that purpose, right? And so they can only do the things that are written in there, but it allows people to help take care of you if your worst case scenario happens. Then healthcare power of attorney is the same thing. Like, I'm unconscious, so here's my desires and wishes, for what I want you to do, whether that's like a vegetative state, hopefully not, right? But hopefully it's just like I'm unconscious and, I grant so-and-so permission to be able to tell the doctors, here's what I want you to do. Like, help save his life in these ways or whatever, right? But it just gives somebody a power and authority to do that, right? Somebody that you trust and that knows you, right? So, and then there's also a third component to this is what happens if you get hurt, which is most of the time always part of a really good life insurance policy, which is like a disability policy. Because the disability policy as part of your life insurance policy, they cover off on these similar kinds of risks, right? The life insurance covers off on the risk to help take care of the family for like the big chunks of money, but the disability policy helps with cash flow. Because right now, if you stop working, does all of the money still keep coming in? No, probably not, right? Like probably it's going to be a significant financial dip for the family, right? So the disability policy as part of the life insurance policy helps it make it where all the cash flow still comes in. So that way everything in life still continues to remain relatively like on an even keel, right? So we don't have compounding problems. I mean, if you think it's really bad that if dad got hurt on a ski accident, we're all, or whatever, and we're all having to deal with dad being really hurt, imagine dad being hurt, plus we don't have money to pay the mortgage because yada, 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 right? Now we have like compounding problems in life. And that's where like insurance and good planning and stuff like that comes into place. It's like a holistic system about taking risks off the table, right? Like that's the name of the game. As can we build our wealth? Can we design life in such a way that life is constantly getting better and we're constantly pulling risks off the table so that way life can't get rough again. We don't have to deal with as many challenges. I don't know about you, I felt like I've dealt with enough challenges in life. I'm really ready for life to be easy, right? Doesn't mean that there's not a ton of hard work to do because I like working hard, but it's these other kinds of challenges, right? That are like that. They're like, yeah, all right, this is another whole thing, right? Can I take that risk off the table just by being smarter, more strategic? And so then once you've accomplished all of that, then you've really covered all of your bases with your estate planning and the broadest strokes of the things that like really matter, right? Is you have all of the documentation that's in place. You have your living trust that's in place. You have your powers of attorney. You know, you've thought about the life insurance, what's going to be appropriate there, if anything. That ties into this cash flow protection, as well as, you know, what's the intentionality with like the legacy that I have. And then the final piece that comes into the estate planning, and this is what I tell people, is like, just get something up and you can dial it in over time, because you don't have to have the master plan to get estate planning together and for it to be great. What you really just need is something up, and then you can modify it, you know, for almost nothing on, you know, and we look at the estate plans with all of our clients at least once a year, right? It becomes a question. Is there anything that we need to update or want to update with our estate plan? Is there anything additional that we want to add with it? Because not only do we have greater levels of intentionality that we learn over time of what's going to be important for us about our legacy and how we might want to document that and create incentives and financial support about that, but what we also are thinking about is just the tactical information about, like, are all of the bank accounts listed? Is the logins of the brokerage accounts and the bank accounts, and who are all the syndication investments with, and all of the stuff, right? Just the nitty gritty of like, how do you actually get in to where is all of the money at, and where are all the investments placed, and what are all the logins to everything, and do we have that in some place that's secured, right? And that we're updating, because life changes over time, right? Otherwise, what happens is that people don't know where all the stuff is. They're like, oh, great, we know dad had millions of dollars and tons of investments. We have no idea where it's at, or how to get into it, or who to talk to even, right? And we have that other estate planning attorney that we use, like, he's retired, we can't get a hold of him, and we don't even know if he even knew, right? And so that's what, like, Royal Legal Solutions, what I've endeavored to do for this, is to be able to create the level of intentionality that we're really looking for in terms of being able to create a legacy, but also create the systems and processes and the support team of saying, like, hey, let's update these tools so that way when it hits the fan, right, and something happens, that the family's in the best possible position. Why? Because we've taken at least once a year, hopefully twice a year, to be able to update our documentation. So we have that. And there's a whole team that's put in place to say, hey, we actually know how everything is, like, organized and where all the things are at, because we've been meeting on it. And we can help you, family, just seamlessly plug into that, because you're already dealing with so much, and that we've actually have everything else taken care of, right? To make this part of your life easy, right? and you're not stuck trying to do what happens to 99% of the other people, right? This is the stuff, by the way, what I'm describing to you right now, this is the stuff that like family offices do. These is typically the kinds of systems and processes that if you have like 100 to 300 million net worth that they're putting in place to do it. But we're doing it for the average investor. Because I believe that we should all have that level of support that's appropriate for us. We don't need these massive, massive teams. We're not at that level, right? As like investors, you know, we're 1 to 25 million net worth, most all cases of the people that we work with. So what's appropriate there? And that's what we have. That's what we've built. And we believe that, and what we're always trying to do is constantly evolve and saying, can we make this more efficient, more effective, greater functionality, have everything we need so life can always run as smoothly as possible, and be most efficient, effective at helping us get what I want for ourselves and our families, so we can live the best lives that we possibly can. How do we do that, right? So, any questions on either the intentionality sections of estate planning or the technical execution side of things for me? Everybody awake? Everybody there? We're all there? All right. Well, any questions? Oh, go ahead and unmute yourself if you have a question and jump right in.
You know how there are a lot of promoters out there that promote the that irrevocable complex trust. What do you think about that?
The issue with like irrevocable trusts is that they're irrevocable, right? So then when you're trying to change them, there can be complications to it. What I see is that when you're doing irrevocable trusts, what you're trying to do is accomplish is two goals. And maybe if you see something different, let me know, you know, because I'm always down to learn what people might be doing that's different than what I know about. Is that one, they're using an irrevocable trust for asset protection, right? And say, well, cool, if we use this irrevocable trust, it'll work for us just like LLCs would. But we don't have to create LLCs. So isn't this cheaper and effective than LLCs? We'll just use an irrevocable trust for it. And the two irrevocable trusts are completed transfers during your life. So they'll use it to be able to qualify for higher while gift and estate tax thresholds are high, right? So I see a lot of people right now that are, especially like in California, that are using irrevocable trusts as part of a more complex estate plan and asset protection plan, but they're really doing it because what they want to do is before the Democrats lower that threshold again, right? As they want to say, well, we'll transfer all the assets now while the money is high. So I think it's actually a great strategy to use. It depends upon your particular situation, but it sounds like something, Andy, you're familiar with from the way you're shaking your head.
I'm in the process of setting one up for my dad. That's why I was like thinking that can I run businesses through it, because it is essentially a dynasty trust. So it's not like for my dad, it's going to be for the whole family.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely ways in which you can do that, right? To be able to set it up as a dynasty trust. The tricky part is into it, right? Is once you go irrevocable, you start losing abilities to control and modify, right? So if you're above like the gift and estate tax thresholds, well, let's take like a best fit, right? There's going to be a segment of people that having like what they want to accomplish makes total sense for a dynasty trust. One, because they're above gift and estate tax thresholds. And number two, what's really important to them is this long-term multi-generational control over assets, right? It's not enough to control how it goes to their kids. They want to control how it goes to like the grandkids and et cetera. And they want to be able to have levels of control that are very, very high, right? So that's where I see that where most of the time that you want to do something that's like that, because you're willing to say, I'll commit to what it is now and lose flexibility now so I can have broad span control and I can get to the right taxation event that I want to. For most people that I talk to, their levels of concern are generally to what's going to happen at their death to the immediate people that they're surrounded with now. right? Not all the hypothetical grandchildren they might have, but like, who are the kids and the grandchildren that are going to know during their lifetime, like while they're alive right now? Do I have a system and process and a plan for how those people are going to get taken care of? Because those are the people I really know. And I really like, those are the people I have the connection with, and I want to make sure they're right. In the meantime, what I really want is a ton of flexibility, because I'm doing stuff with like assets all the time that are getting transferred in and out, because I'm doing all of like this wealth building and these entrepreneurship businesses and all this kind of stuff. And so I want to use some type of a revocable grantor trust, like a living trust, and that only becomes irrevocable when I die. But the whole rest of the time, I want it to be revocable, right? Because I want all the flexibility. So that's kind of like the answer of like, who are the types of people that typically want different types of legal solutions, and some of the trade-offs there, just for everybody to have some context, because it's important to know. It's important to know context of what are the kinds of things you get to, because there's no one best solution that's best for everybody in every scenario, right? But it's good to know, like in your case, thanks for bringing that up, because it is really good to know about what are some of the other scenarios, so we can know like, oh, okay, I don't need to think about irrevocable trust, or, oh shit, I should be thinking about irrevocable trust because that actually is me. I have like the net worth and I do actually want that kind of thing. So thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, I mean, in California, if you have a primary residence somewhere in a nice area, then you add life insurance on top of it, and that's it. You're over the limit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and there's also some cool stuff to look into too, with like ILITs, or irrevocable life insurance trusts, where you can set those up as like completely independent places so they don't hit as part of your estate plan. And there's some really interesting stuff you have to do in California. Like the good news is like the more complex the government gets, the more money I make as like being able to figure out all these tax issues, for people. As like, this is really funny. You would think that the lawyers in the government are like in cahoots to make things really hard for normal people, like, because it's like, well, if you make their life really hard, then they'll have to pay me a lot of money to figure out and the way to be able to get around all those rules.
I feel like I'm definitely in the wrong profession. When I'm in the presence of you, yeah, just like, absolutely.
I know, it's like, what a funny game that this whole thing is, right? They do with it, but yeah, it's kind of funny, and I love the puzzle of it. I mean, if like that's what really draws me into like everything that has to do with like living and wealth and estate planning and and taxation, because it's the puzzle pieces getting assembled, and like what's the most efficient, effective way for all those pieces to get assembled, like helps, is like what my mind likes to think about. That's the candy for me into doing this stuff. So that's why I got attracted to this profession. It's kind of odd that I really like this, and I like sitting in nature for like days with nothing but just sitting. I know that's the polarity of my life. If you guys are long-term, like gone on like long distance backpacking trips, like Chris likes to do as well, you'll know what that's about, right? And it's funny to see that, like I was telling you guys earlier about like Steve Jobs, right? Reading the autobiography of a yogi, right? You would never thought that Steve Jobs was a yogi, right? And like the traditional like senses of like what was like the Indian tradition of being a yogi, right? But he was, right? And he also was a crazy technologist. And that's what blew my mind. And I was like, oh, life is actually way more complex at the highest levels of the game. We only get snapshots on Instagram of like what some people tell us what life is about. But like life is actually like this complex, like beautiful cake that's delicious and has all of our favorite things in it. And what we think that we want is a bowl of sugar, because that's what we get shown all the time. We're like, oh, sugar's great. You're like, no, the cake is great, but nobody's showing you cake. They're only showing you sugar. So you think like, oh, I should want the sugar. And today, some of the things that I hope that we've been able to cover here is like, it's the complexity of these things that make it actually much more beautiful and much more interesting, right? Of how they actually all come together. And how they're not just about us. It's not just about money. It's impact and legacy to our families. How do we do that while we're alive? How do we do that when we're gone? How are we going to be able to have this massive impact for ourselves to live the best lives that we can possibly live. And in doing that, empower those that we care about to live the best lives they can possibly live. And holy shit, there's all systems and processes and methodologies and teams and all of this stuff that goes into it. What could be more freaking fun and exciting than that? Got a whole game to play. And Liz is telling me now she's craving cake. I know, me too. Luckily, I snuck downstairs. They have a conference going on, and the lady gave me a bear claw. So, hey-oh. Not these good looks going to waste. All right. Well, thank you guys. Any other questions, comments? Has anybody ever worked? Anybody want to share any stories about what that's like working on doing the estate planning stuff, their experience with this, anything they think might be helpful for the group?
Just one quick comment. I in my prior life when I worked 9 to 5 for the man, I fortunately worked for a big enough company where there was a lot of perks, and one of them was to set up a whole estate planning living trust, for me and my wife, and that was great. And it's I guess the point I'm trying to make is that as my life transitioned to be an entrepreneur, and things have changed a lot, it's really important to get that reviewed and changed if needed, because things change in life. Your kids get older, your professions change. And, I went from having assets that are extremely easy to figure out, a stock portfolio and 401k, things like that, to now where it's much more complex with real estate and real estate in different parts of the country with different partners. And knowing where all that is and having that part of your estate is, and your will is very important. And another example too is, when I had young children at the time, I had no children at the time, and I think about when I first set it up, and then I had children, and now I have one child with special needs. So she's over 18 now, and there's but it has the intellect of a 12-year-old. So if I were to die and there were no changes, she would inherit this money, or somebody could easily take advantage of her. So things have to be in my living trust that really show those changes in my desires for the future when I'm not around.
Wow, Chris, thanks for sharing that, man.
Sure.
What I love about your intentionality in here is like you're really thinking through, what are going to be what needs to be set up, right? This thing happened in life. That's actually life. That's reality. All we can do from that moment is to respond. And it's like, these are the proper ways and the best thinking that we have, like how to respond to the scenario to be able to take care of the people that we love, because that's the kind of person that you are into it. And I think that's at the heart of what this is about, estate planning. And so thanks for sharing that. I love that. Leah, please.
So my father had an estate plan for over 30 years, and he always says, that's not what kills you. You know what I mean? Like having the plan is not, he lived for decades with a plan. And, when he passed away some years ago, he had an islet, and he had everything extremely, extremely organized, even though it was just back then, filing cabinets and such and lists. Everything was very well done. We knew which attorney we were working with. And because of the way this one trust was set up, and really how the will was, some things were just automatically around through beneficiaries, let's say certain IRA type accounts and such that just listed beneficiaries. It really, the probate was extremely easy. The amount that we needed to use the attorney was very, very almost like minimal. He actually let me do some of the work. Take copies of the death certificate and mail it in with a form to whichever brokerage account. And, you don't really need somebody who's a paralegal to do that, or, an associate from his firm. So I just think that, and I, have sort of a simple estate plan set up, and I have for a long time. As soon as my child turned 18, we made sure that his healthcare power of attorney will was set up, because God forbid he ended up in the hospital, and, you're only 18, whatever a doctor tells you, okay, well, we wanted to make sure that there were other people that could opine. I just think that really such an easy process. And if you have something more complex and you need a trust, it's going to end up being worth every penny you invest to just avoid the stress during a stressful time and avoid, you're just going to end up paying way more for what's really, yours or your heirs if you don't take the time to set it up. And having everything set up and spending time thinking about it, I promise that's not what's going to kill you.
That's right. Yeah, if you're sitting there being like, that just doesn't feel good to think about. It's like, that's okay. That's okay. It's okay to like be uncomfortable, right? But you're like, what is it to be like powerful? To be powerful is to be okay with it being uncomfortable and doing it anyway. To doing what it is that we need to do anyway, right? And sometimes in life that's where it turns out. So if you're there, that's okay. If you're like, man, I'm feeling like I really want to catch a meeting with Scott, and like if Liz, we can go ahead and pop that meeting link back in there if anybody's there and feeling like, hey, I want to connect and talk about some of this stuff, about like whatever you have in place currently, like right now, or just like where you're at, even if you're at the place that says like, man, this just doesn't feel comfortable for me, to even like have this conversation. Let's talk about that, because that's part of it too. I want to help you move through that just as much as I want to help you move through everything, because until we can actually get okay with the fact of like what's real in life, things are never going to change. Whatever it is that you thought you were going to come here to do, to be able to change about your life, you first have to be okay with being able to make a different choice. Right? And sometimes we need support down at that level. Right? And that's okay too. And if that's where you're at, that's fine. Let's meet. Let's talk about that. Because I care about you. I care about you being able to get what you want. You showed up. You cared enough to show up, to be here, to be taking action. And so I'll show up to help you wherever you're at, help you get to that next place or wherever that's going to be. However long
Scott,
it takes.
I can attest what it is like at the other end of the spectrum when there is no estate planning, when there is no will. My grandmother passed away in 1981 and she had no will. So what they call intestate, and the court takes over, right?
Probate.
And I am living the life of having to deal with all the complexity issues because of that up to the present day. To put some context of it, there were 8 children, and out of the 8 children, they had more children, and there are 54 of them, cousins, and these are heirs of a family estate, very large family estate, right? That have to be dealt with, addressed. And when you deal with heirs at this level without a will or any of the estate planning, then you deal with all the complexity, the legal, the family dynamics, and all of the other elements. And I have to deal with that because I'm the one that's been appointed by the court as the administrator to attend to all of these things. And it's never ending because each of the property itself that was owned by the estate, just the farming operation alone had nearly 400 families. That goes generations. So this thing just like this. So now you're talking direct heirs. I was just doing some calculation, about 270 of them, right? Three generations.
What is that like, Alex, to be you living in a place where now you have a responsibility that's appointed to you by the family and by the court? What is it like inside of Alex to be in a place where the proper preparation wasn't done?
Yeah. And so I'm living that life, what it's like having to attend to something that wasn't done 3 generations ago, but being able to see the impact for what happened. Yeah. And it's just, right. It's one of those, but when I was talking to Kanye earlier, she just reminded me because, it's just everything. It's just the complexity of having to deal with something like that, and especially when you're talking about properties, and especially if the properties are of significant nature, right? And then it just gets carried over one more thing, and so it's burdensome.
That's
right?
right.
Lots of lawyers, lots of courts, lots of issues, many
That's it.
financial complexity.
Yeah.
Right. Have to deal with it. So
Well, thank you for sharing that, Alex, and Chris and Leah. You know, I hope you guys are getting like a good feel for it today about, you know, what this looks like, about what it can actually be like moving through it, you know, and actually doing it. All right. As Leah's pointed out, I hope you've been able to see, like, from Alex here about, like, why is this so important, about what are you actually doing when you're making this choice not to address this issue? What are you really choosing? Right? You're really choosing about something that's going something that is not so nice, that's going to happen to somebody else in your family, right? That's what you're really choosing. And then you're also hearing here from Chris about what is that actually, what can that really be like, and how can that actually be difficult, having to really embrace some realities and plan for things that are like, man, this is here. But I think you can feel it on Chris, right? You can feel that there's a level of like serenity in it, right? You feel that? Because when I hear Chris tell his story, there's a level of like serenity of embracing like life as it is, as it exists. And here's what I've done. And I can feel serene about it because this is actually everything I can do. And then after that, it's just acceptance. This is the reality of the way things are, right? This is one of the steps to peace. There's many steps, there's many avenues, there's many things to get there. That's one of them, right? And how we're gonna get there. Those are some things that we're gonna be talking about in the Royal Life group of like, what is the complexity? How are the ways that we get there? How is peace on a sliding scale? How does it make us more powerful? And how is it totally possible? Great, so I'm signing off here for today. Thank you everyone for all of your sharing and for showing up with me throughout the day here today. Their meeting link is there, like in the chat. If you haven't scheduled a time and you'd like to, please schedule a time with me there. I'd love to hear from you, learn what ways that me and the company can be of service to you. We're going to be back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. EST to be talking about investing. Hitchem is going to be emceeing that tomorrow and talking about different types of investment opportunities that are there. And we are going to then have opportunities for us to have discussions, one-on-one discussions with me about what is this going to, you know, how well are we dialing it in on here's exactly what's actually needed from the group, right? In terms of the investing and the scope of the ways in which that I believe that me and the company can be investive service to everyone. So I would love it if you'd schedule time with me either today or tomorrow to schedule that time in to be able to provide feedback to help guide us as a community and as a company, and just come connect with me. I care about you, right? And I want great things for you. So please come connect with me and form that relationship. And I would love that. So thank you guys. Have a great night. I hopefully will be able to see with you tomorrow. I'm going to be doing some traveling, but if not, I know you're going to be in great hands, and I look forward to be able to meet with you one-on-one to be able to grab that feedback and be able to have those follow-up conversations with everyone. Take care, everyone. Be good.
Thank you.